He's known for a really fast play style, really aggressive.
Yeah, he's aggressive fragger and takes risks.
I definitely think that he's gonna shock the combining servers. He's gonna definitely make a name for himself.
My name is Ben Anderson, and I'm from Washington. I don't know how to. I just messed that up so bad. My name is Ben, and my in-game name is Batman Booga. I'm 16 years old, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. When I'm in really important tournaments, I'm like chill, because I know I have to stay serious the entire time, but when it's like round one or it doesn't really matter too much, I kind of just do whatever I want. I'll like get balloons and just start flying in the air or something. I'll just have fun with it. I think a lot of people are just there for the money. I actually have a lot of fun when I'm just playing the game, and I actually really enjoy it, and it like motivates me. It's pretty fun. To be honest, I don't really think I'm naturally talented, because when I first started playing, for the first 2 years, I was like really bad. Last season, I took it a lot more serious, and I actually got a coach and stuff, which I think helped us a lot. We ended up finishing 5th in Major 1 Grand Finals. I just took time to become the best, and it paid off. Mainly, I need to work on playing a lot of like off spawns, playing arena, and just getting my aim the best, because my aim is not that good, and I'm also not the best off spawn, so I'm gonna work on it really hard. I actually think that this is actually like a blessing in disguise, that NA West and East combined, because now I can actually prove myself as a player, and that I'm actually really good, and I'm not just some like West player. So I'm actually really happy that they combined, because it's just overall really good. There's a lot of more options that you can duo with, and just more players, and it's just more fun. The first 2 seasons are gonna be pretty rough for me. I may not get uncontested anywhere that I land, but we're just gonna see how it goes. I think 2023 is my year to win an FNCS championship, finally, because I'm taking the game very seriously now. I'm going to be putting in a lot of work.
We are back, and North America will continue right where it left off last week, with tons of great Fortnite action coming your way. A duo that had a great start to the season is Booger and Frets. Showcasing their experience in the competitive lobbies, these guys are making it look easy. Question is, can they do it again tonight? The Canadians Pamstu and Fatch are here, and after a slow start to the major, now is their chance to seize the opportunity and prove themselves as worthy to the new NA region. Do they still have what it takes to top the leaderboards? Lastly, but not least, we have Canada and Aegis this week playing finally. Week 1 wasn't their dream scenario, and they have to earn some crucial series points tonight if they want to skip Surge Week and go directly to the grand finals. Tonight is the night for many of these teams as the race for series points is closing in. With only one more week to go after this one, many of these teams can't afford to miss out. Tonight is the North American FNCS.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? It's so good to see all of you. Welcome back to the FNCS. Yesterday, we watched Europe take the stage. And my oh my, did they have some crazy adaptations. But now, North America once again steps up. And you're probably like, wait, you mean NA East, Zeke? No. Remember, NA East, NA West, they're now one thing. Now, we're just North America. So much has developed, so many things to talk about. Let's just get right into it. I don't want to wait any longer. Let's introduce your analyst for the day. Check this out. It's none other than Vivid, and you won't believe it, Levin2K.
It's good to be back. The smell of fresh air. Fresh air.
What?
The freshest of air.
Were you not getting fresh air as a caster? Like,
No,
what?
Respectfully to Jacob, I was getting plenty fresh air. But the air's even fresher with Zeke, with you.
Dude, I don't know who allowed this to happen. I have flashbacks of one time Levin asked me a question and said, it doesn't matter what you think, Zeke, so don't do that to me this time.
And don't do that to me either. Please.
I'll definitely be doing it to you again.
Okay.
Probably not you. Probably not.
Guys, well, here we are. NA time. We watched EU go crazy yesterday. How you feeling about the competition coming into week number 2 for NA?
Another one of those big switch-ups, right? We talked about it yesterday on EU. Only 15 teams returning from week 1 over on EU. Only 19 teams returning from week 1 on NA as well. So a lot of switch-ups. I'm excited to see those new teams kind of show face.
Yeah, and beyond the new teams, the 19 teams that are actually returning, you've had a chance now to readjust, learn the new meta, figure out some of the changes. We've had a bunch of changes, right? So you get a chance to actually play the field again and go at it again.
Yeah, and you guys have been digging through some of the data as far as Fortnite is concerned. So now we have to compare EU versus an NA. EU heal-offs seem to go longer, but for NA, that doesn't seem to be the case. Why is that?
Yeah, Zeke, so on average, those EU games in week number 1 actually went for an average of about 25 seconds longer. Me and Levin were like, what in the heck is the reason for that, right? Like, why are these NA games ending so much faster?
Yeah, I think you sort of look at it, and ideally you think there's so many different reasons, right? You're looking at builds, you're looking at how much damage people are doing, how much heals they're actually saving. There's so many different things you can look at, but we wanted to harp down on the specific thing. What is making them last longer?
So the first thing we thought about was like, you know what? Let's take a look at the builds by Zone 9, right? Of course, Zone 9 is that first moving zone, so kind of starts off the end game. So we wanted to see how those teams were kind of doing on each region when it came to how many builds they were having, because maybe NA just had a lot less builds. But as you can see here, there are some pretty healthy numbers up here for these NA top 5 teams.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing, right, when you start to look at EU, right? If we take a look at the EU builds and how much builds that those guys were doing, you almost start to think to yourself, hold on a minute, there's not much of a difference here, right? We're seeing, if anything, the EU players had less builds by Zone 9. Personally, for me, I look at that Vivid and I think to myself, okay, maybe there's more of an emphasis for the EU teams to just focus on tarping, right? So using the mats that they have, tarping, and then after Zone 9 is when they're focusing on getting refresh, getting their mats up.
Yeah, 100%. I think that also speaks to the testament of, we always say that EU is better. Well, if you guys have less builds than these NA players, right, and you're still making those games, even going longer than these NA players with less builds before the end game starts, I think they got the meta figured out just a little bit better than NA, maybe.
Yeah, just the efficiencies and maybe on a slight higher pedestal. I'm a bit biased, people will say, but that seems to be what the numbers say.
Okay, so it's not builds placed. What about damage done?
Yeah, so we actually wanted to take a look at, maybe NA was just using more of their heals before the end game started, right? So we're going to take a look at the top 5 teams from week 1 and look at their average damage taken before zone number 9. Again, kind of like that start of that end game. And Yamzone Rise got 1,000 damage was your average damage taken by zone 9 throughout week 1. They must have had a plethora of heals that they were obviously using, but the impressive one here for me is actually got to be Acorn and Cold, all the way down there, of course, winning week number 1. Only 400 damage was their average damage taken.
Yeah, when the best team is taking the least damage, you almost think, is there a correlation there? I looked at Yomzo and Rise, Zeke, and I almost went, this is a team, by the way, that's coached by BloodX. I think when you look at teams typically coached by BloodX around the different regions, you don't expect them to be taking lots of damage or even dealing lots of damage, right? Typically, you expect them to be playing a bit more passive, trying to last the game out. But then when you look at EU, you almost see a different thing, right? Because over on EU, you also compared to the other BloodX coach teams, the likes of Queasy, Veno, Vidil, Mr. Savage, lower damage taken, right, by the Zone 9. So you're almost thinking, hold on a minute, what's going on here? I think the biggest difference, though, when you look at this stat is that it's almost determined on how teams play for Surge, right? Queasy, Veno, Vidil, Mr. Savage, they're playing Surge on the outskirts. They're trying to take tags on people, whereas the likes of Yomzo and Rise, they're basing up, using spare heals, peeking as much as they possibly can to do their damage.
A little bit of a sneaky question here. Is there any of these top teams that BloodX doesn't coach? Because there's a lot of shout out to BloodX. Like, coaches matter so much in Fortnite. But back on topic here, I mean, yeah, it's impressive to kind of see that difference between the two regions when it comes to damage taken. But overall, it's very, very hard to actually quantify the difference between these two regions. So honestly, I think maybe it's just like a little bit of a mental thing, right? Like maybe the NA teams just aren't necessarily playing for the win. Maybe they're going for some of those like, oh, maybe we just do the heal off a little bit earlier. We can maybe squeeze out a top 5 rather than the victory royale.
Yeah, I think mentality definitely plays a part in it, right? If you are one of those teams, I think a lot of the NA teams, they were going, oh, our mats are a bit low. We ain't got the heals. Let's drop down low ground, try frag out, get as many limbs as possible, get points that way. Whereas I think EU teams are more sort of in the mindset of, we must win this game. Win or just why did we play in the first place, right? And that makes a big difference for the heal-offs.
I like that, and what we're lucky is we have 6 games here in NA to still find what this data point is, right? So why don't we head this way? And you guys know we like to interview some of our players, get in the minds, hear what they have to say. Well, maybe we can ask a couple of these questions to none other than Kanata. Welcome, my friend. It is good to see you.
What's
How
up?
you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I'm doing great. I'm happy to be here.
Fantastic. Well, Kanata, here we are, week number 2. So let's start this off. You guys did not make week number 1, but now you guys are here for week number 2.
Yeah.
2 questions for you. 1, does that affect your mentals? And 2, what happened? Why didn't you make week 1, but you did make week 2?
So at first, I'll answer your second question first because that's easier for me.
Okay.
So the reason why we didn't qualify was because I wasn't taking it seriously enough. And like I was like, oh, it's opens, like I can easily qualify. But when you think like that, I realized it's a lot harder than you think. Like in this meta, opens, I realized after playing this week, opens and semis, opens was way harder than semis for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know what it was. But opens, like, you have to take it as serious as you can because the FNCS winners last season didn't qualify for this week either, right? Throughout it opens, like, no matter what, if you take it not serious, you're not gonna qualify. And at first, it did affect my mental. I was like, the first week after we didn't qualify, I was like, wow, like this is bad. Like, what do I need to qualify to grands? Because like I'm the only player on the region that's qualified to every single grand finals, so I can't not qualify. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I need to make sure I qualify for this. Like I was super stressed. Even this week, I was almost about to not qualify this week too out of opens, and I was stressing out. Like we got eliminated off spawn, and I was like, no, this is really bad. Like I was stressing out. But turned it around, qualified, semis, played up perfectly, qualified in like 4 or 5 games, and I was like relieved. Everything on my shoulders got like all the tension's gone. And then this finals, which was the best part, was I was contested at Acorn's spot. I was landing there. He was helping me out. And then right now we just heard that Clicks got banned on Fortnite, so we're landing at his spot now, and hopefully we're on Con there because it's a really good spot, which is like good for me. So hopefully that works out for me.
Well, I wanted to ask you, bro. What do you think of the zone changes? How are you dealing with the new zones? 6th and 7th zone have changed. Is that a big factor in how you guys are playing your games now?
Definitely. Like the zones, I would say I don't like them personally because I feel like I was really good in the other meta because I had really good surge aim. And with the surge aim, I would always make sure I'm rotating ahead. maxing out my Surge. But in these zones, it's so much easier, in my opinion, for Surge and rotations, because there's a lot more time to rotate and do a lot of more things. And like, I don't really think it's like, personally, this is just my opinion, I think it's not as skillful as last season. But it's just Fortnite, man. You got to play around it. You got to do what you got to do. And that's just what it is.
I love it. I love it. Well, hey, Kanata, for the fans out there, where can they find you?
At Kanata on Twitter. That's my main like social media platform that I use, but that's it, I guess.
Hey, man. Well, hey, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck in the games.
Thank you.
We'll catch you later.
Thank you.
There you go. Good old Kanata. We love to see him. So you guys, you did ask the question, 6th and 7th circle. They've changed. EU seems to have maybe adapted pretty quick. Do we feel like maybe NA will do the same?
Well, you know, it's the funny thing, right? Of course, NA did happen yesterday, right? Which gives these NA players that are playing today an opportunity to actually VOD review how these EU games went yesterday. So I feel like they have a little bit of an edge, and they should definitely be able to adapt because they have that in the back of their playbook.
Yeah, of course. If you're one of the NA teams, there's no excuse. No excuse. You've had the night to watch their games. I don't want to see anybody tweeting after, oh my God, these new zones are so hard. No, you had a chance to watch the EU
Called
teams.
out.
And to be honest, I actually don't really think it will play much of a difference, especially for the top teams. I think if you're one of the lower teams, you know, down in the leaderboards, you might struggle. It's a bit more strenuous. There's less space in the newer zones, right? And so you might get punished in that sense. But for the most part, I think most of the teams will adapt just fine.
Okay. And I like this. One thing Kanata called out was the fact that a high-profile duo is not going to be here.
Yes.
Acorn and Cold.
I'll be real, man. I've grown to start to love NA over the years. And I was really loving this duo. I was a big fan. And honestly, I saw they didn't qualify through the first round, by the way, the first round. Oof. And there was tears in my eyes. Tears in my eyes. You did hear Kanata say it, though.
Yeah.
It's so much more difficult now to qualify through that first round. And clearly, the best team in the region struggling with that.
And we had a couple of those instances actually in that week number 1, right? We had Epic Whale and Reed that we missed out on as well, who, of course, is playing today. So I'm excited to see that duo. Of course, favorites coming in to this new NA server as well. And then, of course, we interviewed Kanata as well. So we'll see Kanata and Adrius for the first time in a finals set lobby this FNCS. So a lot of kind of switch-ups happening this week, combined with those zone changes, new teams coming in. Can't wait to see how it all plays out.
And Vivid, you kind of came from that competitive background, right? So you probably can tap into some of that pressure that Kanata's feeling. What does that look like for him?
Listen, I'll tell you right now, Kanata's been doing it for a long time, right? I did it for a long time. There comes a point where you're no longer nervous, right? You just sit there and you play Fortnite and it's all intuition. You just got to put in that time and you got to keep the right mental, right? Like Kanata went into it, he said, listen, I thought it was going to be easy, learned that it wasn't, reset that mental. He's here in the finals.
Yeah, I think one of the best things I've learned from some of the top players in those kind of situations is that you can't go into the week thinking, oh my gosh, we have to place 33rd to get enough series points to make surgery. No, you go in there, you play how you would if you want to play any tournament. You play for the win. And Kanata certainly he's got the biggest ego in NA, so I'm sure he'll be playing for every win possible.
Okay, I like it. All right, well, hey, it's not just us who will be hanging out, talking about things Fortnite. We have 2 casters sitting by. It is none other than Jacob PR and the best Taco.
Wait a minute. Finally, somebody my size.
You know,
I figured it was only a matter of time before we finally had to settle the debate between 6 foot and 5'11".
I see. That's the kind of show we're gonna have today.
Vivid's 5'10".
Yeah, that's the show we're having today. All right, well, hey guys, welcome our fantastic casters for the day. So as we kind of touched on EU versus NA, how are you guys feeling coming in? Do you guys feel like NA may struggle today coming to the competition? You think they've watched EU and said, we're good, we're ready to go?
I don't even think it's necessarily a debate about NA watching EU. NA just seems like they play their own game. They love to get aggressive and they love to get into the action.
Yeah, I think that's kind of well said by Taco. They take a little bit more risk on NA than they do on EU, but that's just because EU is a little bit more calculated. But NA, I think those big risks do pay off in a lot of those moments.
You know, in a lot of these lobbies, we've kind of been seeing the higher ground kind of take over, right? Those really high layers. I want to see more of those teams do exactly what I have to do today. Look up, right? And contest that high ground. Kind of shoot some of those high builds out.
Yeah, he's going to need a neck massage by the end of today, honestly. I certainly agree with that. I think we saw certain teams dominate height last week in NA. I think this time around, I want to see sort of more parity in that sense. I've always associated NA with being not just one team holding it, a bunch of different teams looking for it.
Yep. Yeah, we'll have to see. Well, thank you guys. We look forward to hearing some of these incredible games casted. So why don't we just do that? What are we waiting for? I know what you want. You want some Fortnite action. I want some Fortnite games. So find your seats on the bus. This is the NA FNCS.
Taco might have teased it a little bit on social media, but the cat is out of the bag. I'm Jacob PR, joined with the hottest caster on the scene, the best Taco.
Hey, Jacob, I appreciate the introduction, but Levin's going to get a little bit jealous there if you don't watch yourself. So be careful here, because what I'm really excited about is how hot this action's about to be.
Yep, Battle Bus is revved up and ready to go. And you heard them really break it down. A different change in some of these zones, but when it comes to the play style for some of these teams against the regions, it's just simply different. They're more aggressive. They're more sure of themselves in a lot of these situations. NPen Polarize is one of those teams as well. They're very, very confident in every move that they're made, and that's why they're no strangers to this triple contestation over towards Kenjutsu Crossing.
Yeah, NPen already with a little bit of a love tap there on his landing. A bit unfortunate, but at the same time, it's the name of the game, Jacob. Everybody here just looking for their ample opportunity.
Yep, Zyro and Yasir coming out from the former NA West region. They're some of the aggressors that I know they can be, but they definitely got their work cut out for them. And then you can see Polarize over towards Kenjutsu Cross. There's so many different kinetic blades around this area. He's just making sure that he has the best one. There's two different variations. There's the blue one that you see here, gets you 2 charges, and then the purple one that you saw in the inventory moments ago, which gets you 3 charges. You can see they immediately get their kinetic blades and disengage, because this isn't a mess they want to be a part of.
No, but it's certainly one that some of these duos are going to have to inevitably face off for, because ultimately it's about taking over. Having the claim to all of Kenjutsu Crossing can definitely be a great setup for working your way later on into the match. And as far as Zero's concerned, thought about taking some more shots there for some surge tag opportunities. Instead, it's going to be invested into farming resources and possibly looking to capture.
Yeah, it's not a duo I would not want to mess with very, very early on in game 1. You want to try to feel each other out, test the land, figure out which way the game is really swaying. And in comes Cooper and Miro, landing here week after week towards the north side of Slappy Shores. For them, they know it's going to be one of those moments between them and the team towards South Slappy where they're not going to go ahead and play aggressive right out of the gates. They may trade shots, but that's about it at most.
Yeah, but after watching quals from yesterday with Miro and Cooper, they've got to be feeling pretty good with everything. I mean, 7 matches, super early qual, doing fantastic throughout most of them, but now, nice shots connecting onto Paper. That's going to bring him down to the halfway point, but it is going to be a bit of a retreat here for Kyo. He wants to make sure that he can pop a couple of those minis, get those shields replenished. Paper, on the other hand, did manage to find some regen of his own, but still has to be careful because he knows that accuracy was right for him.
Yeah, very interesting situation for Paper and Shadow to even be in, because that team was one of the 3 teams that landed over towards Kenjutsu Crossing. They got pushed out by Zyro and Yasir and immediately have to take loot from elsewhere. As soon as Paper noticed that, they say this is too early to put everything on the line. We want to have a consistent game throughout the full day on today. So you can see them kind of biding their time. Day 2, just getting a couple surge attacks before rotating out. Bylon Knifer over towards Citadel. Uncontested, so the only thing they have to worry about isn't going to be loot. It's going to be surge tags of their own.
For sure. And as for Kanata, hanging out by the racetrack, heard it from himself on the interview, definitely enjoying that switch up in his point of view as far as the landings are concerned, but just doing what he can right now, I think, to try and make sure that his materials are as high as possible. Definitely seems to be enjoying the lack of traffic, though, at the racetrack.
Definitely got to be enjoying that loot as well. And the spot he was at before was a little bit of a split drop. It was contested with one team directly there and another team towards the north. So a huge upgrade and a huge amount of space to really work with. But a team that we missed out last week, that 80 eliminations in round 2 this week, 30 more than the closest team. This is Epic Well. This is a team that is synonymous with the superstars of NA. And proud to kind of see them here on the big stage. We kind of talked about it a little bit. There was a couple of teams that just missed out last week.
And again, it's not necessarily that they're incapable as much as it is that sometimes things just don't go your way. But seems as though a level of seriousness has definitely been brought here for week number 2. So you can see Booga, Yaz actually investing in Kinetic Blade. Looks for a little bit of a more passive rotation away, but it's NPen who might have to look out, trying to take that fight from the lower ground.
Yeah, it was just a bait right there from Yash, trying to make it seem like they ran away. NPen trying to cause destruction with the ODM gear, probably chopped down to his sides. As he continues to move his way up, gets dropped down yet again. The shots are getting traded, and right now they're behind on damage against Zyro and Yasir. And that's why you see NPen. You see him trying to build himself real estate to work with.
Like, Mpen's got a lot of builds, but he also has that ODM gear, which can take care of these builds in an instant. It's going to be a nice piece up already. Good blow from that Havoc pump, but Mpen still no knocks just yet. Debating, but it's Polarized who's actually going to be the first to fall, and this is an issue now because Mpen, he needs to close.
These guys, they've been teammates for so long. They know exactly how to play. When one's down, they immediately play that cat and mouse game to go ahead and get another elimination. That is a big team going down very, very early on in the game, and a huge amount of confidence for Zyro and Yaz going in towards the mid game. They got themselves Surge, and now they got themselves all that loot to work with.
Just such a great job here from Zero and Yaz, making sure to fully pincer Polarized in the process. They isolated him from Mpen, and you could kind of tell in that instance that Polarized had gone just one layer too far away from his duo. So an unfortunate start here, but it is only game 1 of 6.
As we tune in, Tavern goes down. And since I didn't see Nosh anywhere and there was no knock, you got to think that whole duo is sent back to the lobby as well. Huge fan of Turtle Tavern. Another one of those players that kind of welcomed me with open arms when I kind of graced the stage, but interesting position for Smite and Larson to be in against Pump, who is kind of stuck towards the low ground with Trashy rotating. This could be their moment. They see them separating, and this could be their chance to 2v1.
Larson's definitely thinking about it. He wants to figure out where Pump's going to go next, and Pump, though, he seems like he's gotten the better end of this ordeal as Larson immediately forced to retreat inside of this bush, gets a build-up around him, and a big bot will make sure that he's regened at least back to 50 shields, but still sitting kind of tight inside of that position.
I feel like it's Christmas every time I get to see Bacon and Batman Booga on the stream. And he's kind of one of our most aggressive players throughout last week. 4 of the top 10 teams in round 2 are from the former NA West region, including this one here. And you see him in some of those pieces to kind of lead up into the show. He was kind of talking about it. It may take me a major or 2 to get a spot that is uncontested, but whether he's contested or not, I think he's doing such a great job staying ahead of the game. 12 splashes, trading shots. He has the shield keg, very little to worry about. Right now, all they're really looking for is Surge and getting those tags against other teams in the lobby.
Doesn't seem as though he's the only one that's looking inwards, though, towards Shattered Slabs. Meanwhile, Edgy, a bit of a Sky Empire. I like the idea, though. It's always nice having an eagle-eye view of the lobby, making sure that if anybody is trying to push in towards your position, well, they should be able to cover with some Surge tags in the process. Does seem as though Edgy's finally found an opportunity, but it's whether or not these shots can actually connect.
You can kind of tell, just on that bottom right-hand corner of the minimap, you kind of see the edge of the zone, which goes to show they're possibly trying to gatekeep some teams out. That's how they're planning to get their Surge, but it might be a little too early on in the game for that one to come to fruition. Aviv and Skittles, kind of the leaders of Brutal Bastion, taking down Chubb, going down to the zone, though. That leaves Aviv in a 1v1 situation. You can see the key is on somebody's inventory as well. Instead of going and putting all into a 1v1 scenario, you can see what Skittles has in mind, dropping the splashes, trying to keep them alive longer. Bryce realizing this is going down. He goes for the refresh, giving himself 4 HP to work with. Aviv is just not backing down. Gets the piece control on the side of Bryce, which is huge. You can see him throw in, scavenge up what little loot he can. You can see he's very, very low on builds.
But Bryce, he wants this. He doesn't want to continue having to play the runaround here. Nice opportunity, though, just to find himself even healthier. It's going to be the ODM gear straight into Aviv's box, but Aviv managing to build out just in time, forcing a small room to work with, but that HP is not exactly the dream situation here, and Aviv will wind up being eliminated in the process, but Bryce still has to now collect that reboot card for Chubbs and look for an opportunity to bring his duo back into this one. It really seemed, though, at the start of that, Skittles, I think, really thought he connected the first time with that shot. That look back, I think, was the instance that really split the fight apart.
Yeah, just real game-changing plays coming out of that one. Because typically, at least last week, if there's any sort of evidence on there, it was Aviv and Skittles time and time again. They left Brutal Bastion with all that loot, the Mythic Havoc, the Slurp Juices. Now with them going down early, they're going to have to think about how they're going to bounce back. Rokane and Vert, they're just trying to move closer and closer. And you can see on the minimap, Weapon Cache, something worth fighting for. On the other side, you got to imagine Bucky and Okus might be sharing that cache, so it might be a race to who gets there first and who positions better out of the two teams.
Booga and Threats, on the other hand, they've got plenty of loot surrounding them, although they are going to spend a little bit of time here inside of the storm. don't think it's really going to have too much of an impact against their Storm Surge overall. And those 2 E limbs that they've collected together also maybe an indicator that they're good to go on damage.
Playing towards the outskirts of the zone with damage. It's got to be a good position for them as Epic Bros in an even better one. He's able to get the knock, 2v1. All it takes is a few seconds of separation for a duo to really advance on that position. And now you can see with all the confidence in the world, bulldozing their way, taking down the full team. That one's going to go ahead and finish off. That was Day of all people going down. And I thought Day was having a resurgence this season, but a hiccup already in game 1.
Sometimes the first one doesn't always go the way that you had envisioned it, but again, there's always 5 more games for Day to make his name known. And the reason why he has so much respect on it, I think another player, though, that's definitely garnered a good bit of respect over the past year, Muzz. And he's honestly just trying to do what he can to find his Surge Tag opportunities.
Yeah, you can see him looking on in the distance. When it comes to his loadout, he's set up pretty well. If it does come down to a heal-off, 2 different win conditions being a possibility. You saw most damage taken by Yamzo and Rise. And they're a team that last season, slowly but surely, moved up the ranks, going down early in that final game of Major number 1. Cost them that top 2 position on the leaderboard. They were still able to walk away with the top 5, but for them, that's not what they want. They want to go ahead and advance to that global championship at the end of the year. And same could be said for everybody in the lobby, including Slacks and Nut, who's just trying to gatekeep these teams out. As the zone continues to pull towards the south, continues to pull towards the west, that's where it's going to get congested.
And this is almost looking like free real estate right now for Nut in terms of being able to apply some good damage here, maybe even look for a couple of knock or elim opportunities. And directly below him, 2 duos. If he's up for the challenge, and as for Jamper and Cam, they've got a pretty tight position to work with here. It's not going to be easy, especially having to work their way up that cliff face.
You can see them churning around the big pots. Rift Island's finally going to spawn. You can already see who's going to be the first team to try to claim that position as their own. That's Zuki's and Landjock. They're going to be the first teams high up on that mountain, but slowly on the right side is going to be Kanata and Agers. You kind of hear them talking about their experience through round number 1 in that last week. Didn't necessarily take it serious. This time around, you can see everybody changing up their playstyle, changing up their outlook on the game overall.
Well, look, Kanata and Agers, they've got to put some hustle in their step if they want to stop Landjock and Zooks from claiming Rift Island. Because those overclock pulse rifles are always a beautiful bounty, but for Epic Will right now, he's just trying to not get too pieced up in the process of rotating a bit closer to the edge of zone. Decent amount of space to work with, though.
Yeah, you can see the loot. They land towards Mega City. Just like you saw Bryce and Chubbs get the vault over towards Brutal Bastion. They get it there, so that's why you see the Mythic Havoc pump. You see the Slurp Juices. Frost, Let's. Judging by no Mythic Havoc pump and the Slurp Juices, you gotta imagine they got themselves a weapon cache along the way. Ooh, and some damage to stay well above the damage threshold. And you could see him kind of in motion, his thought process. I got the damage, now it's trying to finish it off. I don't want to let it go to waste. Wow.
ODM gear, maybe not as quick as he would like it to be as far as rotating in, and in fact, going to be halted in his tracks. Has brought in the attention of another party, and that's not the kind of attention that you want to keep on yourself, Jacob, because now it's all about Frost and his odds of survival here as he's forced to actually expend one of his Slurp Juices.
I don't know which one of the players out of the duo that was. I think it might have been Epic Bros. You can see him Kinetic Blade on over, trying to take the high ground away. Realize, hey, this might not be what I wanted to do as the zone continues to pull, as he backtracks in his spot. Another weapon cache up for grabs for Frost and Let's, trying to recoup what they just lost moments ago. Even though it isn't the gold one, it's something's better than nothing in a lobby to stack.
And sometimes you've got to make something out of nothing.
True.
In their situation. And now for Jamper, seems like he's not fully certain of just how many players might actually be behind him, considering the shot that he just ate, but we'll invest a couple of chug splashes and continue to survey the area. It's a decent setup, though, for Jamper and Cam, playing right here on the edge of zone, but they still need to keep trying to push inwards, trying to find that ideal positioning. And for Bacon and Batman Booga, this is definitely ideal when you got a little bit of high ground to work with.
Yeah, no matter how aggressive they can be in some of these games, they find themselves getting the eliminations too early. And what I mean by that is because the players don't have shields. They haven't had a chance to loot up. So even though in most cases they do find eliminations, they're always kind of there on the line when it comes to Storm Surge. Barely 100 above, so you can see them rotating with that being one of their main focus. Day and Shore, he's back at it again. He gets tagged down low. Medmist is going to be forced out. Champs is here along with G-Money. They're trying to take that piece control and kind of bulldoze their way in, closing the distance between them and Day. But Shore's going to be the first player going down, bringing it into a 1v2 situation for Day. But if there's anybody who can do it, it is going to be him. But I might have spoke too soon as they both get sent back to the lobby.
Good stuff, though, from Champs and G-Money. I'm sure that they're definitely happy about everything that they were able to just acquire there with those couple of refreshes, because every little bit of shield and resources counts at this point. A lot of this, Jacob, honestly feeling like calm before the storm.
Yeah, while some teams here are struggling for Surge, others may not be. So I go ahead and throw it on over to SBG to let us know how players are handling Storm Surge.
So there's no free rides in Fortnite. You have to get damage done. And this season, we've seen a lot of teams doing these really tall bases. If you're just watching the game, wondering why is everyone built up so high? Well, it gives you vision on the entire area around you to get that damage. And we see multiple different teams, multiple different players building these positions and then looking to get tags with the red eye. And they've just been nailing Surge so far.
Thank you so much, SBG. Going ahead and jot that one down in my notebook for whenever I want to become a professional player. I'm just waiting for that moment. I'm just soaking in all
we
this
saw what happened
information
with Levin already.
I mean, he switched up. Levin actually, he can be a professional player. I feel like he's surrounded by some of the best in EU. You just give him a week, give him a month.
Give him Blood X as coach.
He'd probably do it too, as Muzz, Degen trying to do it here. Pushing their way in, but going down to Surge, Degen really didn't have an answer back. That would have forced out heals in order to make that one a possibility. So I wonder if that was some sort of a sacrifice to give Muzz more to work with, but leaving him a solo may not be the best choice. 124 below the threshold, still taking damage, expending a lot of those heals, not really finding the shot that he's looking for as Caskers goes down. Clarity's in that same position. Everybody's suffering due to lack of proactivity.
But this might be the opportunity for Muzz now, despite being the fact that he's left as a solo, trying to make this one work. And again, a little bit of Caster's Curse probably coming into play here as Muzz doesn't even get an opportunity to pop that Slurp Juice. Instead, he's going to have to find a forced build. But the Storm is just continuing to weigh in on his decision-making here. And Muzz, he doesn't have much time left. He's got to make a move here. But knowing that he's surrounded, it's just looking like the impossible, Jacob.
Two players here, Pars and Baka. FNCS Invitational players at that. Once again, coming from that former NA West region, you can see they're not scared of any single fight around any one of these turns, and that's why they're 500 above the damage threshold. They were looking for even more, including that elimination before it went elsewhere. They've already got 3 on the side, Baka alone. Gotta imagine the damage that Pars has, and that's the kind of relationship these guys have. Pars, kind of that IGL, the guy leading the team, and Baka, he's like brute force, he's the muscle.
They're also looking really healthy in terms of those mats. Initially, fully maxed out. Paper, on the other hand, he's just happy to be into the zone finally and not having to worry as much about taking some of that tick damage in the process. Medkit will be utilized, but this downtime spent, you can tell these players, they're trying to find the rotations necessary because they want to get positioning, and it's just not coming easy for anyone.
Yeah, definitely going to be one of the harder rotates for the majority of the lobbies. About 5 teams sitting comfortable inside of the zone. For players like Slack, without a teammate, 73 below the damage threshold. He's going to expend every one of his heals. 73, that's a good tag. No AR, any type is going to do it. Not even the red eye. Maybe the flint knock if he can get a cheeky shot off as Cooper and Miro knocks everybody down to size. Elsa and AV, they're both under pressure as well. Even though they're 162 above the damage threshold, they tend to take advantage of a weak Slacks, and they do almost to perfection. But they put themselves in a position here to where they are now the focus of the lobby just by a little bit.
That 2v1 scenario, you can expect that to go into Silver and Elsa's favor almost every single time. Rexo and Sears, on the other hand, they're just trying to chase along the edge sides right now, Jacob. And with 400, nearly 400 damage above, they're definitely in a much better spot, have a little bit of wiggle room in terms of not necessarily being forced into these instances of aggression that we have been seeing for some of these solos. and duos left standing. Some nice shots being connected as well there. But it's G-Money and Champs. Again, with 2 elims and still only 71 above, you can imagine that this entire lobby has really been proactive in terms of seeking damage.
Yeah, this is probably one of the harder lobbies that I've seen in a while when it comes to Storm Surge, with players just not really finding those opportunities, or maybe just making too risky plays, going down before they would hope. G-Money and Champs are continuously looking. Even though they're 120 above the damage threshold, they're not comfortable at all. They know at any moment players can go down. That threshold could turn, but talk about turning. They turned the wrong corner. They go down. Champs let him kind of lead that one first, and that was basically his saving grace, but he peeks again. Bot takes him down, and what a huge play to get that refresh.
It really looked as though they thought they were the only ones lurking around, crouched on that ultimate low ground, and yet you can never feel safe inside of the zone whatsoever for that exact reason. And now Bucky, Okus, Bucky actually gonna opt to pick up the ODM here for good reason. I mean, when you don't have a kinetic blade and you know that you're about to approach the moving zones instances, you gotta work with what you got.
Yeah, anything is better than nothing here. Zone finally gonna move, and 50 seconds for teams to find their spot inside of the zone. Luckily for a lot of these guys, they've already rotated, done a lot of the work up until this point. Just like Bucky and Okus, 200 above at this stage in the game. That's more than some players that we've seen struggle just to get to this point, as AV goes down to Let's, who's still doing a good job here, picking up points after points, damage after damage to get themselves a nice, comfortable spot, just like Jamper and Cam.
But even if you have a nice spot, if you don't have many heals, that could be problematic. Now, I can't speak for Jamper necessarily, but only 5 minis here for Cam leads me to believe that he's going to have to try and find a refresh elsewhere. Booga, on the other hand, sitting in a slightly better position, I think, with those 4 chug splashes. But again, when you think about the duration that some of these endgame heal-offs can actually take place, I don't feel as though any of these players are really feeling that fantastic about having anything less than maybe 2 pizzas at this point.
And they're just judging by the zone alone, these players don't know how lucky they might have just gone. If that went to the north, if that went to the northeast at that, there's a huge mountain, literally, that they would have to climb. Larson and Smite, you see them peeking through. Quickly edited, resetting that to try to give them as much visibility as possible. Bucky doing the same thing, but chopping down the tree right in front, letting him know that if anybody crosses his path, that's who he's trying to take those shots at.
Always nice to have good visibility, and right now what Bucky sees is that Pars has a bit of a building here up at the top, but Trashy, Pump, looks as though they want to try and challenge the high ground. Pump just slightly short, though, making it all the way up. Agers and Kanata as well, going to eat a couple of pump shots there from Pars. And now Pars just looking to find tags wherever he can. But with so many builds, Jacob, it's going to be a while before anybody can challenge that Sky Empire.
Yeah, but a team that is ready to challenge either the high ground or the low ground. Epic, well, and Reet, one of the best controller players in the world right now. One of, because there's so many players really lighting it up. Kanata as well, along with Agers, newfound spot over towards the racetrack. Faring very, very well, still having those 5 splashes, depending on if they have game time or any augments that you typically see here towards the end game. They're in such a good spot, depending on where this next zone does pull.
You'd almost see the cogs spinning there in Kanata's mind in terms of deciding where to go next. Miro, on the other hand, as far as he's concerned, he just wants to go up. He wants to try and get more visibility of this lobby and see where exactly he should try and carve out next. Cooper and Miro, though. Cooper possibly holding a little bit more splashes, I'd hope, than where Miro was standing, because he just used his last one.
Yeah, I gotta hope, pray. Baka and Pars, none of that, though. They're the players that are high in the sky. They built themselves layer upon layer to get that and hold it as long as possible. No one really able to take notes from Vivid and really look up like he does to Levin. If anybody can able to do that, that's going to force them down right into their hands to where they're going to have to kinetic blade to safety. And you see there's no other high layers into the distance, which means they're going to be dropped down to size.
I almost don't blame these players, though, given how much congestion is actually taking place in a lot of these mid and low ground layers. There is just so much to work through to try and actually take in. And now for threats, next to Booga, I like how they're working side by side. They don't want to try and overextend here, because you never know which box might actually have more than just one player in it.
You see, have more than enough heals to make this a possibility. Nexi goes down. That's Epic Well's on the hunt. Valuable loot. for their end game. A weak rise on the other side, only if he knew it, as he sneaks up on a whole nother team, peeking through the cone. You can see him going up a whole nother layer. There's so many players congested towards the low ground. He wants no part of it, and Adrian goes down, leaving all the pressure onto Kanata, one of Fortnite's best solo clutchers.
Kanata, he only has 2 splashes left. If he wants to play heal off, he's gonna have to try and find a refresh down below, just like Cam just did. Seer is going to find himself waiting for the next battle bus, but for right now, Cam still only has those 5 minis at his disposal. Epic Whale, on the other hand, a beautiful refresh, and Kanata no longer having to worry about playing as a solo.
Gets denied that top 9. Chubbs, Bryce, we saw them already win off the spawn over towards Brutal Bastion. That's how they would get the Mythic Havoc, and they use it to take down threats. Booga's partner goes down. He's stuck as a solo. Bryce and Chubbs playing like they're solos, separated too far, just trying to stay alive. Anything that they get their hands on at this point, even if it's just one slice of pizza left over from somewhere else. Jamper finds Zuki slipping. That's a huge refresh for him in his game, because he doesn't have heals, so the siphons mean so much.
And Jamper, he's able to actually find another one. And now it's just Chubbs, but Chubbs he doesn't have the HP to play with. It's going to be Jamper with the ODM gear, but Epic Whale will make sure that he can't continue. It's an ODM gear again to safety for the time being.
He needs a splash. He needs to pop the slurp juice. Pars is on the hunt. Baka has the high ground. He has all the heals. This is where the heal off is going to begin. 5 teams still alive. Nobody really has that upper hand when it comes to Baka and Pars. They're on the hunt. Back to the vault towards Shattered Slabs, hoping anything is left over. Pam, he's going to use the last bit of corn. Apples, nothing's left. Epic Whale might have the best chance to take it all. A few slices of pizza. Slurp juice in action. Redux taking Storm Sickness. Baka runs out of time. Pam runs out of time as well. Epic Whale from missing week number 1, advancing to the finals, taking the game.
That's a way to make a statement. He might not have been here for week number 1, but as far as week 2 is concerned, game 1, that's entirely Whale and Reed.
We saw in EU yesterday with some of our teams, and we're seeing a repeat here today on NA. Teams that missed out on that chance in round number 1 last week, coming out with vengeance, coming out with a fire. And this is a championship caliber team, Epic Whale and Reed. This is what I came to see.
And this was just absolutely criminal from Epic Whale. From box to box, he was just not missing a single shot with that Mythic Havoc pump. And that's exactly why, when you're thinking about players in the lobby that you don't want to see with those Mythic weapons in their hands, it's going to be Epic Whale and Reed.
Did you see what he did? Y'all see what Epic Whale did? He said, Reed, I know you're down. I know you sacrificed yourself. I saved you half a box of pizza for later. Very nice plays by Epic Whale there.
True friendship, if you think about it.
Yep, but we know who's more likely going to be in first after that one. NA West on top on this combined region. But where do the rest of our competitors lie? We're going to go ahead and throw it over to Zeke, Levin, and Vivid to break it all down.
There they are.
There they are. Really, Epic Whale, Reed, these duo from NA West Pass decided game 1. Why not? You know what? The first time we make it here, let's just go ahead and just make sure. Let's make a statement.
You know,
we're still the best.
And it's in Epic Whale, and especially Reed fashion, right? On the low ground, box to box, it's like their comfort zone. It's kind of like what you try to avoid, right? If you're playing like me, right? Trying to play pass, if you don't want to go for those refills, don't want to go for the engagements, they're like, nah, let's take some of these walls.
Yeah, look, I thought it was such a shame we didn't get to watch them last week, and all the hype coming into this one about will they be able to show up. I think everybody looked at the NA West teams coming into the new NA region and thought, obviously it's going to be them to show up, and finally, showcasing why they are so revered. I think the big thing here is, from way on, you could see they were going to be the team ready for the heal-off. But usually in those kind of situations, when the team has so many heals, you're thinking, okay, these guys are going to be heal-off contenders.
Yeah.
You think they're going to play passively. These guys were just fragging out. They didn't really care. They said, we're going to clear out everybody and then win the heal-off as well.
I love that extra element that you kind of pointed out there, right? That just speaks volumes as to how comfortable they're feeling in this lobby.
Which is, again, wild, because we have had this question, NA West versus NA East. What does this look like when they combine? Well, for Epic Whale and Reed, they just said, another day at the office, no big deal. That's why they're sitting in that number 1 spot. A Victory Royale, a very strong start to the day, but we saw them in second place, Pamsu and Fatch. Another dynamic duo here in NA, making that second place. Also a great start.
Yeah, 100%. I think they definitely had a strong start. They're a team I think a lot of people will look at and go, you know, this is a team I expect to see high up in the standings. I do feel bad for Pars and Baka though, right? Because another team, you know, from the NA West region anyway, we're showing up today, right, early on.
Yeah.
But another team where you sort of look at them and they were on height, looking comfortable. Typically, the height teams always have the advantage in heal-offs, right? Because they don't have to take as many ticks, don't get forced in those situations. Unfortunately for them, just didn't have the heals to compete, right? So hopefully next game.
Yeah, advantageous position for them, but somebody who had their back up against the wall and prevailed regardless. Jamper, what was that little bit of run towards the end of that game where, you know, Jacob called it best. He had no heals. He was in the storm, so every single siphon mattered. And he found like 4 solo eliminations.
You know what's funny as well is like, I look at this dude and Cam's the one who I expect that from.
Yeah.
Like, I look at Cam and I think, that's the solo player. That's the guy that's going to give us the solo clutches. Jamper said, nah. Respect me. I can do my thing as well. It was just crazy stuff from these guys towards the end there. Jamper here, look at these shots. So crisp, so clean. And the thing with the ODM gear here was just ridiculous. I didn't even know what was going on at the end. So big ups to Jamper, really nicely done. And if we can see more of that level from him and also from Cameras, these guys will rise up the standings like nothing.
Love that. I mean, he's using everything right there. He knows where his old edits are at. He knows that he can use that ODM gear as well. Very good stuff from Jamper.
This is a very strong showing here in NA, and that's what I like to see. 5-4 games. Let's just have more of that. I'm so down. Another names to throw out here, Booga and Threats coming in strong. Now, of course, we did see Threats go down maybe a little bit too early, but again, this is just game number 1. And I think if they maybe pick up some of that momentum, we could see them in our top 5 at the end of the day.
Yeah, this is one of those duos that I really feel like will thrive when they make it to these end games as a duo. We've seen Booga make some very good solo clutches in the past, but for some reason, this duo just screams to me like, listen, duo potential through the roof. And unfortunately, Boogie here, no mats to actually work with, going down a little bit earlier than he would like to, but still, top 10 in the first game. Good stuff.
Yeah, not a bad start. I've looked at Booga over the past couple of seasons, and I feel like he's one of those players now where he cooks over the course of the season. He starts to heat up. Yeah. Early quals, it's like, oh, I'm Booga, I can do what I want. And then as you get to finals, that's when he really just shifts into gear, and it's like World Cup champion mode Booga.
Okay, so now that we've had one game under our belts, we kind of talked about a couple things at the beginning of this show. What are you guys seeing just off of this first game?
You know, I think kickoff went probably a little bit longer than I kind of expected, honestly, right? I think that was a little bit longer than the average game time for that first week. So maybe some adjustments being made by a lot of these duos. Of course, we have to pay attention to some of these zones, right? Because whenever they land towards one of those vaults, these teams are very, very well aware that there are extra heals in there. So we saw some plays being made for that as well.
Definitely, right? That's what you see. Whenever there's a heal off of some sort, all the teams are looking around. Wait, what's around us? Is there a camper? Is there a flag that where maybe there's a mid miss that's been left off? You know, in the case of Baka, you almost think it's better for the height team, right? Because when you're the height team, you actually have more vision. You're on top of the lobby, you can see everything. So I would have liked to see maybe Baka in that situation go, wait a minute, okay, we ain't got the heals maybe to win a long heal off. Can we go over to Shattered Slabs and pick up something? Instead, they wanted to drop down, try frag out, and play with what they had. But slight adjustment just to make for the next couple games.
Yeah, and I mean, shout out to this duo as well. Being at this point in the game, this last zone, and still having 30 builds to work with. Also, of course, having that awareness to go into that vault is Baka. Actually, that was up on that high ground, securing that top 3 finish. Shout out to that duo. Listen, if we can find this duo on height every single game, I think they're going to do great things throughout these 6 games.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm hyped. NA has just hit us with, you guys ready for some show? We got that show. With 5 more games to go, I just have to wonder, are we going to see more craziness? Because it feels like Circle 6 and 7, maybe NA's already adapted? I don't know.
I'll be real. I just think more heal-offs are probably going to happen, weirdly enough, right? Because I do think there's an element of those teams realizing, hold on a minute, we can heal off a lot longer than we are.
Exactly, yeah. VOD reviews from yesterday, VOD reviews from last week. Got to know your stuff.
Heals, heals, heals. That is the name of the game right now, but does NA agree? Let's find out. This is game number 2 of the FNCS.
From one game to the next, adapting is a must. And for the analysts, I think they hit the nail on the head. Being able to VOD review and kind of realize your mistakes is huge.
But see, they're talking about heals, and at the same time, the only one who really looked like they had many heals left over by the end of it all, Jacob, was Epic Whale.
And see if that trend will continue with the Battle Bus being ready. These players better hope they're just as ready as can be. And I think that's actually another point to kind of harp on coming into this one is NA, I was kind of talking about, they were just more risky. They're willing to take those plays. I think this week around with the VOD reviews, they're not so much wanting to make those same risky plays. They're trying to save those heals for the inevitable heal off at the end.
But unfortunately, I think for a lot of these teams, they were forced into some of those moments of desperation, instances where they had no other choice but to try and overly aggressive the challenge. NPen, probably a little bit sore about that first shot not being able to fully connect. No worries though, because Polarize got the backup covered. One elim already claimed by NPen and Polarize at Kinjitsu.
Yeah, just trying to cut off exits. Don't give out any options. Great defensive wrap coming out from NPen, sensing that one coming from around the corner. Especially since Polarize already had that additional angle, and you can see their opponents just immediately going up a layer as well. That's the tricky thing about fighting here in towards Kinjitsu Crossing. There's so much space to work with that even though they did already take down Zyro, Yas is still there trying to get that reboot card, scavenge the loot, maybe even leave with a kinetic blade.
A few slap juices though, gonna help out NPen as far as farming and rotating is concerned and challenging, but Yaz still lurking. Even as a solo, being one of the only players here at Kinjitsu with full shields can make a huge difference. But it's the Auto Maven that I have concerns over, because Auto Maven versus those Havoc pumps, Jacob, it usually tends to go one direction.
Yeah, right now he's just kind of biding his time, being patient as possible, even waiting for this fight to break down. As soon as he hears those shots, that's when he's beginning to be active. But NPen trying to finish it before it even really begins. That first elimination is going to be cleaned up in the blink of an eye. Great shots being fired back and forth, and a little bait and switch coming out from Polarize and NPen as well. But they took more than enough damage than they feel comfortable taking. That's where they're trying to be stable, stop themselves in this position. But Polarize gets ahead of himself, finds out Yas slipping, and takes him out, sending the whole team back to the lobby.
At the end of the day, Yaz roaming Kinjitsu as a solo, bound to be at a pretty steep disadvantage here. And now it's Polarize and NPen looking to see if they can fully clear out the entirety of Kinjitsu Crossing. Rom might have stepped up the wrong ramp here, forced to try and retreat, just looking to scurry away as quickly as possible here. But Polarize, he's on the hunt. He does not want to let this free elimination go.
Yeah, you gotta imagine he probably already has that reboot card as well. Kinetic Blade just trying to get across the map in the blink of an eye. You can see he has more than enough charges, trying to create some distance. Polarize is going to have to go back, leaving NPen kind of by himself in a 1v1 situation. This is best case scenario right now from Rom if he did want to fight back, but third party coming in, that is more than enough to help NPen out.
Quite literally nowhere left to run here, as NPen making sure to return fire, just so he has a little bit of an opportunity. But over at Sloppy Shores, south side here, Moo, Controller, they've got their prey locked on tight. Sweezy gonna be the first one to be knocked. And a clean duo elimination here for Moo means that that south side Sloppy Shores, those buildings, those are theirs.
Yeah, and you can see with a couple of teams kind of not making it to this round, Acorn and Cold being one of them, that leaves that spot open towards Sloppy Shores, to where you might not go against Acorn and Cold in the FNCS major finals if everybody makes it there, but you're just trying to take advantage round by round. Coop's gonna go down first. Coxie and Botify quickly take him out, but in comes Pars and Baka. They also land towards the north side. ODM geared to perfection. Bot is under so much pressure, 48 HP, doesn't even get time to use the minis. Baka's trying to break through on one end. Pars gets the first down on the other, and now they have a 2v1 situation, and they clean it up rather easily to go ahead and get 2 more eliminations to their total.
Pars just looked like he didn't even have to break a sweat for that one. That was just clean play. And ODM gear, I mean, you can see just how quickly things can get so chaotic. You just don't even have room to breathe when your builds are just being instantly destroyed.
Yeah, especially if you don't really see it coming, to where you might not even have builds there. You just immediately get tagged up, and then you're kind of stuck panicking, not knowing where it really came from. Pamsu and Fast don't have to have that same worry, though. They kind of get frenzy fields, mostly uncontested. You might have some scavengers trying to steal loot towards the outside. This time we turn in, though, Larson and Smite trying to take down Nosh and Tavern, and again, the struggles continue. But for Larson and Smite, a team that kind of went separate ways after the FNCS Invitational, realized, hey, we performed so well together, it's time to reunite for FNCS Major 2.
Is there anything worse than experiencing getting emoted on after you've lost an engagement?
I mean, maybe if you're trying to play Hayloft and you go and try to get a med mist and it only has 10 in it, I think that'd be a worse feeling. Nah, maybe getting emoted on. You're right. Rexo and Cyrus here. over towards the outskirts where Zukis and Landjock typically land. DeQuinted over here going up against Trashy and Pump. And this is where you're seeing a lot of these conscientious decisions being made from a lot of these players here in the lobby. They're not afraid to kind of get close. They're not afraid to pop a couple of shots, but once they're not in the best position that they feel that they're in, they immediately disengage.
And Trashy and Pump, though, they are a duo that is more than comfortable when it comes to fighting. And they want this opportunity. They know that they can build some good surge here if Sanito and his duo aren't careful. Booga, on the other hand, hanging out over by Steamy Springs. And it seems as though Booga just trying to get a good line of sight into Mega City, see if there's any openings for him to try and look for some Storm Surge tag connections here, Jacob. But at the same time, I like the initiative. I like the way that Booga and Threats tend to split up and basically distribute the responsibilities of farming resources.
Yeah, information for an experienced team like that as well is going to be key for their success. And we saw them with the loot last game. Saw them pick up a huge win after missing week 1 of the finals. You're seeing how they're getting themselves revved up and ready to go in these positions. Kind of trying to be one of the last teams standing. And that's the situation they put so many other teams in. Who is brave enough to challenge Epic Whale and Reek?
As of right now, only Haikard, but that's because he's forced to. Vault key card, though, going the way of Epic Whale and Reek. Could be problematic for some of these other teams. Limejock, on the other hand, he's got whole problems of his own with 2 duos surrounding him over in Frenzy Fields. Stuck inside of his box for the time being. Big Pot, though, sure to get him back up to a nice fighting range of shield. Camps down Fatch, on the other hand, they certainly still want a piece of the action. They definitely still want a piece of Limejock.
And for a lot of these teams in general that are landing on the south side of the map, this game we got a little bit of a north pull, maybe a little bit of an east lean on it at that. So you can kind of predict where the next couple of zones are going to go. Trying to stay ahead of everybody else is going to be the name of the game, but you got to watch out for these huge towers that are built up in the sky where a lot of teams try to gatekeep these players out. That's how they're getting these surge tags. And for Caskers and Clarity, not the most fun time in that last game. Surge was a huge problem for them.
Part of the reason being over here at Breakwater Bay, you can see not a whole lot to work with in terms of finding other duos nearby to look for those damage opportunities. Clarity, slightly lower ground layer, trying to scout it out. Miro and Cooper, on the other hand, from the north side of Slappy Shores, they've taken note of a couple of these duos still hanging out on that south terrain of Slappy, and Cooper and Miro, nice advantage here with the ramp as well.
Yeah, I think they're trying to utilize the distance and the pull on this zone, try to get their surge early on so they don't have to be scrounging and fighting for it. And a lot of the chaos ensues later on in the game. Knifer and Bylaw trying to do the same. We talked about the scarcity of opportunity when it comes to being able to get these surge tags over towards the Citadel, and they end up in a box fight. Not the position they want to be in, but sometimes you got to take what you can get. And for Knifer, he's doing exactly that. That's why you see the pump charge shotgun in hand. He's going for broke here, and it's got to be better than some of the other loot that he did find.
Knifer also trying to convert as much of this building to his own builds as possible, but has seemingly drawn the attention of a duo a little bit further out here. Is now Epic Bros Byla still chilling a little bit underneath, but Knifer's got to be careful. Doesn't want to get too far split from his duo in the process, because when there is another team nearby, it makes it too easy for those isolation scenarios to turn into an elimination.
Yeah, we know that all too well. All it takes us 1 second, one misstep of being separated from your teammate, and the duo team strolls along. They see you're by yourself, and they immediately try to go ahead and break in. But there's so many players in this game that need to make some adjustments after game number 1. I'm going to go ahead and throw it to SVG, the analyst I trust, to break down one of those teams.
So we're seeing teams make adjustments both from earlier in this game, or earlier last game, and then last week. Batman Booga and Bacon had the most elims last week, and we're playing super aggressive. This week, they noticed they stalled out in the back half because of being too aggressive, and they're backing off of fights, playing more passively, trying to get to that end game.
Always appreciate the insight from the wonderful mind of SBG. And as he was talking about, Jacob, adjustments are not easy.
Yeah, not in a stacked lobby like this. Sometimes you have no choice but to make adjustments, but your options get limited depending on who's landing around you, who's having a hot performance on the day. Bugha and Threats just trying to rotate. 17% more distance traveled than any other duo after game number 1. It almost looks like that trend is going to continue here, depending on where the zones continue to pull. But they got to be careful, because as the zone shifted so far up towards the north side of the map, that makes the south portion, which they're coming up to, so congested compared to any other side.
Also makes that ODM gear a little bit more treacherous to work with, because having to hook onto something just makes you an even easier target in comparison to the kinetic blade. But I'm sure that's something that these players can always keep in mind. Cam and Jamper, on the other hand, though, they've got to be feeling pretty great about this positioning. Cam already finding some openings, but it's Salco who's actually in trouble here. Finds a player completely off guard. It's going to be Tahi, immediately eliminated. Thought he was looking at the map for a second, wanted to pull out a build, but doesn't have any tricks that he could possibly pull out to prevent himself from going down there.
Yep, that's a great start for them here in game number 2, Salco and Evo. One of the few teams and players making it on over from the western side of NA. And you can see that's our 5th place team. Nexi and Redux going down. Going into this, they were tied with Rokane and Vert, which just kind of leaves them an opportunity to kind of separate themselves from everybody else here. And you can see 58 into that top 5. 30 points so far, though, for Duke and Edgy. Not too far off for them. If they can continue to have consistent performances, progress each and every time, it's great.
But look at where this Rift Island has chosen to spawn in, Jacob. Towards this north side of the map, where we have seen so many teams already beginning to collect just because of the natural zone pools as is. So Brutal Bastion might have just even become an even bigger hotspot.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough because it is in zone as well. So teams are going to be able to kind of take so much time up towards the top, not only on top of Rift Island, but the house that spawns up there as well. Try to gatekeep some teams around, but the little blessing in disguise is all those rifts where you see Aviv and Skittles immediately take it and try to swoop down. They're ready to challenge. They don't want to let up these overclock pulse rifles go for free, especially into the hands like a team like Yamzo and Rise. And this is where they're going to break it out. You even see Landrock and Zuki's ready to threaten this one.
It seems as though everybody wants a piece of the Rift Island, but only one duo can actually walk away with those overclock pulse rifles. And Aviv, Skittles, doing everything they can to try and force their way into Yamzo and Rise's box, but Yamzo, Rise, they're just not giving any room for another duo to work in. Instead, they're taking note. Their backside, they don't want to be exposed. They're trying to tarp out as far as possible. That way, if anybody does look for the challenge, they're going to probably find themselves in an awkward position first.
Yeah, it's tough as well going up against those Mythic Havoc pumps, no matter how many heals you have. One-shot potential is always going to be there. Muzz gets 2. That's Salco and Evo we saw moments ago. Went from one fight to struggling to get out of the zone, and a team as experienced as Muzz and Deej, and they're quickly going to take advantage of those scenarios. But they have to be careful here. They're taking so much storm damage. They're taking so much time in the zone. Their heal-off potential, that window is slowly but surely closing.
That engagement also seems like it might have cost them a game time augment that could have been saved for later on. That pizza having to be 8, well, at least it won't go cold.
Hopefully you can bring a lunch pail. You can bring it on with you. Have an inventory slot, but they were kind of stacked. They had that pick of the litter. I don't think that one's going to be something 3 slices of pizza that you carry versus splashes, versus the possible legendary slurp juices, a Kanata and Ager. They're just peeking through the cones. Information. They did more than enough damage, got more than enough fights up into this spot to where they're just playing the rest of this one out, and you can kind of see where the zone is going to continue to pull towards that north side of the map. The Rift Island's only going to last so long despite Larson. They're just trying to take advantage of a team that's trying to rotate to the zone. That's Duke and Edgy. They're stuck towards the outside, and Larson and Smite are trying to be the gatekeepers of this all.
You would think that being on the edge would actually be an advantage for Edgy, but it seems as though it's actually working against him. As Larson, Smite, they're going to take their time, but now look at this sandwich that has taken place here for Edgy and Duke, stuck in between Epic Whale and Reed. Is certainly not the spot that you want to be in. Decent amount of ground still left to cover, though, and Rokane, Vert, they're just trying to go up.
Both in the game and on the leaderboard. 58 points. You saw them into the top 5. The Doctor and Epic Bros against Bylaw and Knifer. Bylaw is super, super aggressive at a moment's notice. You don't want to give him any advantage. Give him an inch, he will take a mile. And you can kind of feel why they're in this situation. A fight that normally players would try to disengage from with the amount of distance they have to cover to get to the zone. But they're 47 below the damage threshold. This is going to be their best opportunity to take a fight that's secluded away from everybody else.
And they've got to make it happen now before that gap grows even greater for trying to get above that damage threshold. Byla fully aware of the fact that they're going to have to start worrying about that storm surge soon if they don't take advantage of it now. And Big Bros as well, barely above. So still in a position to where they wouldn't be opposed to finding damage opportunity either.
It's just one of those situations where Epic Bros and the Doctor can't really choose how they want to play. They don't have mats, they don't have resources, they're above the damage threshold, but they don't have very many options as Knifer trying to break in. You see him pop that legendary slurp juice moments before he tried to go in ODM, but everything backfiring. It's all come crumbling down. He's getting put so much pressure on, but it comes at a sacrifice. There it goes. Knifer goes down. A one-for-one trade-off between these two teams. I don't think this is going to help either one of them, though.
No, at this point, it's almost like it's working as a disadvantage for both. Yes, they might have accomplished temporarily a moment of relief here from having to worry about that damage threshold, but losing your duo in the process, it's basically crippling for both teams.
Yeah, it's almost putting Byla in that situation to where you're going to try to pick up as many points as a solo, whether you're getting eliminations or more than likely those placement points, where it's kind of dictating the way he is going to play the rest of this one out. We got a 2-tick on the zone, so heal off definitely out the window. Still doesn't know where his opponent's at, though. Still close by. Sean here lost a Jock moment to go under the pressure of Storm Surge as well. A lot of teams failing to get proactive and handle it one game after the next, but for those who are able to adjust, you see they're in a much more comfortable position. Just like Acro and User might have had to pop game time sooner than they would hope, but it works out in the end to keep them going.
As far as User is concerned, that's just a easy refresh, but it doesn't even really seem like it came across as that much of a refresh, given the fact that not even able to pick up any chunk splashes in the process, nothing really of substance to be utilized, other than knowing that they won't have to worry about their backside being challenged for the time being, as now Acro continues to work their way up the hill, but somebody who's already all the way up at the top of the lobby for the time being, Baka.
This could be good for them, being able to hold the high ground from one game to the next, over 1,000 above the damage threshold. Very little worries for them and very little they have to do in this situation. We saw this fight play out up until this point. The persistence coming out from Byla to finish that one off. Sometimes persistency is key.
Sometimes you just gotta do it for the team. That's a bit of a morale elimination.
Asking my mom for my favorite dinner every night, you know what I mean? No on Monday, no on Tuesday. Finally I had some chicken and mashed potatoes or something.
You don't like pizza?
Just a little bit. Maybe some pepperoni, sausage. Bullies here, along with Lizux. This is a team comprised of 2 different regions coming together, trying to really make it work. They get into the box. Players just stuck playing defensive, barely getting over the damage threshold. That scope to actually go down. That's a lot of heals that they get rewarded with as well, but they're stuck. They're congested. They're getting smushed into this spot. Lizic's gonna go down, which leaves a lot of pressure on the Bully, and he wasn't even grabbing any of those heals to try to keep himself alive, so it's like the revive is a must.
Bully quite literally bullied away from the loot that he might have had opportunity to pick up, and instead, he's going to be booted back to the lobby by Mason. More than ready to pick up the pieces and clean up the process. Epic, well, Reet though, 106 below in terms of the damage threshold, Jacob. But they've got a nice loadout in terms of heals for making it into the late.
Usually I'm not too worried about a team like this that is below the damage threshold, but the more they continue to fall, maybe my worry meter does rise, because they know how to box fight with the best of them. They know how to close in on the distance, and you see they're doing that here again. got to be careful, though, because they're one of the teams they love to set up those pre-edits with shots coming in from so many different directions. First, it starts with the piece control as they're trying to look for a team that might be a little weak, a little down in the dumps. Yamso becomes the target right now, and you can see that's what their plan is. They're trying to move in, take down Yamso. He's a solo. Rise is not here, but they get denied that opportunity, but they're finding damage at the very minimum.
There's just so many other teams with the same mentality here as Reet and Epic Will, trying to force a flip up in the action here as Yamso caught off guard for a moment, and that moment will be just enough to get Reet and Epic Will back up above that damage threshold, but they're not going to chase in just yet. Reet and Epic Will still having the situational awareness to know that as tempting as it is to pursue that elim process, it's still best left when you know that there are other teams that could third-party you in the process.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. Not getting greedy. Because a lot of players would try to advance in. They know he's a solo. They got some damage. Try to finish it off. They are some of the most experienced players in this lobby, along with Bugha and Threats. Splendid performance last week for them. It's about consistency from one week to another. When we talk about the 3 weeks combined to see where you fall in terms of FNCS Major 2 finals are going through Surge Week. This is a team that's fighting for that advancement directly into the grand finals. They don't have to worry about Surge Week. Oh my gosh. I'm about to say Reet just with a beam across the map. And again, closing the distance to finish it off. I feel bad for G Money. It looks like me out there.
It's all about picking your moments. And as far as Reet and Epic Will are concerned, they found several.
Wow.
After waiting to let Yamso escape for the time being. But still, Reet and Epic Will in a bit of a fickle position here now. Just constantly being stuck inside all of these bots, trying to find whatever crevices they can. Gotta be careful though for Reet. Eating a lot of damage right now in terms of ticks from the storm. Only 2 chug splashes left after popping his last legendary slurp juice, and now Reet. Epic Will definitely trying to keep in mind that it's about the placements, it's about staying on top. And when you've already got 1 victory royale to start the day, every other point counts.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily worry me too much because if last game proved anything, Reet's the kind of fragger. He's the guy you send down to try to stop all the heal-offs, while Epic Will is the one playing said heal-off. With even Skittles, you can see from the vault loot towards Brutal Bastion, for the overclocked post rifles at the Rift Island. They're ready to dominate this game. They're trying to contest for that high ground momentarily, but they're just getting pressured, sent back down low, and this is where it's all going to break down. Bugha's just a little weak. This could be a recipe for success as Aviv and Skittles, instead of fighting, they just steal away the high ground in a convincing fashion.
Aviv and Skittles bound to have noticed the fact that Bugha didn't seem as though he was all that interested in challenging right away, so probably could tell that Bugha just didn't have the HP to tango for the time being, but now Kanata, Azure, they need something because their loadouts are not what you would be looking for moving into these final zones.
Yeah, Refresh is going to do so much in terms of items, damage to the threshold, their continued journey in this game. One's going to get knocked. Agers takes down Smite. I don't even think he gets the loot for that one. That's Bryce and Chubbs who come in and steal that one away. Aviv and Skittles know that pressure all too well over towards Brutal Bastion, but Peekaboo, Kanata sees you, lands a great shot, but takes a bigger one, but he got what he came for. He got those splashes, but still under pressure. There's more than 2 teams still on this location. He's still staying so far into the zone. He's getting rewarded for his efforts at the very minimum.
Dukes and Edgy doing what they can now to just continue pressing inside of the storm. They want to remain inside the zone for as long as possible, keep as many resources as long as possible. For Empen, Polarized, right up into the air. Epic Will, Reet, they're actually going to drop a layer. No, Reet's going to drop entirely. He's been knocked for the time being, but Epic Will able to find a knock of his own in the process. That's going to buy him a little bit of time, but the question is, Jacob, will it buy him enough of a siphon refresh?
When it comes to the HP, he quickly answers that one. Yes, it gave me 90 HP overall, but he's running out of builds, has no heals. He's going to be looking for an unsuspecting team that he can kind of sneak up on and take advantage here. Even finding his way back through his own mess. His maze that he built early on in this game as Muzz has 5 slices of pizza. Already going to be forced to use that 2. Dejin goes down. He calls out the loot, and that's why he's going back into the zone for it. Duke and Edgy, they have 3 eliminations, but no heals as well. A lot of these players' heal-off opportunity is well and far out that window.
After a certain point, all the walls begin to look the same here for a lot of these players who are trying to scramble around, trying to remember where they might have left a piece or 2 of loot that might make the difference. But for Muzz, he's going to beat Elam shortly after Kanata. Duke's Edgy still up for the time being, still making it happen despite not having heals. Duke and Edgy, they might be able to find Elam's.
Yeah, trying to teamwork make the dream work. Koyo's by himself. Keyboard goes down. Koyo's gone as well, but 8 eliminations for their efforts. They did more than enough to have a respectable game into this one. Roking trying to keep him in first position on the leaderboard alive. Into the top 6 we go. Zone's not even fully closed yet. I don't even know this one's going to come to a convincing heal-off. This is going to be a battle for scraps.
But Bucky, as a solo, he's been slinking his way through all of these mid-ground layers, but he's finally taken note of.
Oh, wow.
As now, Baka, Pars, in a little bit of a power play position here, Jacob, because they've actually got 5 splashes. He's got 6 minis to work with. The question is whether or not he can get it to the top, and it's going to be the chop down for Skittles. Finally sent, but he's way off into the abyss, but Aviv manages to find his way onto the next high ground layer.
Skittles is trying to go ahead and stop everybody's run. They both go down, but that's a trade. It's going to be up to Baka against Aviv. Heal off, Pizza, splashes. You can see Pars trying to lead the charge. He's not going to get credit for that siphon, though, so he has to go back down to business. Somewhere out of nowhere, Aviv finds a Medness, scrounge around all the loot that he can find. Baka's trying to put himself deeper in the zone, try to find some more heals that him and Pars set up with. This is the north side of the map. They could have left any bit of scraps to work with, but he is fresh out. He has to find a miracle, or Aviv is going to be able to take the game. He finds at least one flopper. He pops it in time. Him versus Aviv. Who's going to find the heals? Who's going to win the game? And Baka steals it away with the last flopper to take it all.
That was a flopper of destiny, if I've ever seen one. The last thing that you would ever suspect is for a fish to be on dry land.
Not at all. I didn't even know what Baka was thinking, but he set himself up the north side of the map where Pars and Baka actually land, and it works out for them, scavenging anything that they can find. And it's a flopper that really wins it over.
Just incredible. Absolutely incredible stuff there. I mean, it's almost a bit of disbelief as well if you're Aviv and Skittles, because it looked like it was over. Once Aviv actually managed to kinetic blade back over to a previous high ground build, you figure he's up in the air, he's plenty safe, he's got sustain, but it just wasn't enough.
They fought every single person to try to take that game, from the Brutal Bastion, getting that vault loot, to the Rift Island on top. But they come up short when it matters most. Pars and Baka take the game and hopefully burst themselves up the leaderboard, but it's Zeke and our friends who's gonna let us know.
Bro, that's gotta be.
Oh man,
that's gotta be the heal off. That's gotta be that one moment. No way did that just happen, Vivid. No way.
No, Zeke, I'm pretty sure it just happened. It had Levin running around the stage up here like he was freaking out. I mean, first of all, to find the flopper, right? That's something crazy to happen. But then he ate the flopper, and I was looking at the HPs. It was 50 to 60 in favor of Aviv. That last tick, he got storm sickness.
Storm sickness gets you again every single time. You think you know who's won the heal off, and it's storm sickness that comes through. What a win for them. They must be feeling on top of the world, because, you know, I'm sure they almost thought the game was lost. You're always thinking, oh my days, we're not really going to have enough. We're not in a position to heal off. Big props to these guys, Vivid. They won the game. Last game they were playing high. This game, you know, they're down below, popping off on mid-ground. These guys are complete right now.
Exactly, right. Like I said last game, hey, if we keep seeing these guys play the high ground, I have a good feeling about their 6 games. No, they were like, Vivid, we'll play low this one and still make it far enough into the zones to play that heal off. Shout out to them.
Dude, I'm in shock. What an absolutely crazy way to now overtake first. A single flopper making that change is just so insane.
Yeah.
They push Epic Whale and Reet down. They say, hold on, NA West, hold on. Not today, but there is a bunch of names here that are starting to shift around. We take a look, 5th place, right? Duke Edgy, suddenly they've jumped up those 8 placements, looking to now contest that top 5.
Yeah, I think when you look at the leaderboards after first game, it's always easy to get overexcited about the teams who are doing well. You do typically see these big jumps, right? Even if you're looking at Aviv and Skittles, plus 25.
25?
That's a monumental jump, right? And so I think we'll slowly start seeing teams sort of settle themselves in. But for this team, Aviv and Skittles, to have the game they had, Vivid, perfect setup, right? You look at the pulse rifle, you look at the mythic shotgun, perfect game to have.
But getting here wasn't actually easy. Leading into the end game, we actually saw Bugha and Threats on the high ground. In fact, they were building this giant ramp, and I was excited to see Bugha and Threats play the high ground, but then Bugha got beamed, and Aviv and Skittles were very, very aware of that, and they instantly took the high ground, which is why we find them in this position. So shout out to them for taking advantage of one of those types of situations in the end game where it is so chaotic, coming out with that second place.
Yeah. I just want to say, look, it's one of those ones where you almost look at that and you think to yourself, hopefully it's not just like the one game wonder. Hopefully they are going to be a consistent threat and battling for height in future games.
That's right. I want to turn attention, Reet and Epic Well. We do have eyes on this duo, right? But they did manage to hold on to that second place spot here. And I'm kind of curious as how this all unfolded.
It's phenomenal to watch replay, right? Like, he is so fluid, and he's one of those players that is so aware of everything going on around him. I mean, able to take engagements and then instantly turn his focus to something else as if he was staring at that thing the whole time. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, I think when you look at coming into the season, a lot of people are going, including myself, I'll hold my hands up. Okay. Which NA East player is going to pick up Epic Well? Who's going to decide to poach Epic Well and play with him? Reet clearly took offense to that because he's come out this season and he's been on top of the world. He's been playing out of his mind. I'm so happy he's been getting his flowers, well deserved. And to think that wasn't really one of like their best games. They're probably going to have much better games than that, and they're still so high up in the standings. Really top duo.
Yeah. Let's talk about everyone's favorite topic, none other than Storm Surge. What are you guys seeing? All right, break it down for us, because I feel like you guys have a couple things you want to talk about.
I mean, first of all, Storm Surge, right? It's like this threshold, right? This leaderboard against the rest of the lobby. Who has the most damage done until these thresholds are kind of met? And yeah, these positions that a lot of these duos come up with, they're important.
Yeah, I think we're going to take a look at Sparebo, right? Because they were here in third zone, and they sort of took a position that I think is sort of akin to what you'll see a lot of teams play when they're playing for Surge bases, right? A lot of teams will look to base up and look to control certain areas of the map. So you see up here on that ridge, right? You know, there's sort of the ice, there's different biomes. He's on a much higher layer than everybody around him. And from that position, they just have so much vision. The line of sight is ridiculous. He can sort of sit up there and hit as many shots as he really likes. And Sparebo, props to him, he's got the aim to sort of match, right? You can see here, those are some shots on Tariq, right? So picking away at teams all around.
And the position, of course, is important, right? Getting that elevated position. But where he does it is also important, right? Because as you can see, this game, that third zone was pretty north poling, which means that all these southern teams actually have to make their way up to this position as well. So he actually places the space on the south side edge of that, knowing that all these teams are going to have to rotate towards him. Boom, easy tags.
Yeah, really made sure to put themselves right in the choke point where they had all the vision of teams. The one thing I would say, right, about the way they played that is that you actually don't really see a lot of the top teams play Surge that way, in that style anymore.
Yeah.
You typically only see teams like play for Surge bases if they got a lot of spare heals to sort of take trades.
True.
So it's more of like a classic approach to like dealing with Storm Surge, but it paid off for them there.
I like it. NA East really looking to kind of push objectives right now, right? They're really saying, we have to go all out. EU was one thing yesterday, but we're a completely different beast.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, listen, week 2, right? Series points are mattering. What's going to be that spark for some of these teams to actually gather some of those series points? Gonna have to find out over these next 4 games.
Yeah, you have to make it count. There are still 4 more chances, but you got to use them wisely.
We'll have to see. This is time once again. Game number 3 is upon us. I know what you want. You want to find your seat on the battle bus. Get out of the way. I'm going to get in the seat first. This is game 3. Get out. Let's go.
And one more time, we are running it back, except this time, it's approaching the halfway point here, Jacob. And for a lot of these teams, we have been seeing some issues as far as that Storm is concerned.
Yeah, just a little bit when it comes to being able to get that damage, because it really dictates how you get to play the game, especially with these 6th, 7th, and even 8th, these later zones where you're having to travel across the map to get from point A to point B. If you have to worry about getting Surge simultaneously, that's a nightmare that I don't want to deal with.
We've definitely been seeing a handful of these duos going on quite the journey as far as their initial starting point to where they wind up for trying to actually traverse into these zones and make it happen. But at the same time, Jacob, again, with it being game number 3, this is really a point where a lot of these teams could look to establish themselves in that top 5 of the leaderboard.
Yeah. And it allows you to kind of have that flexibility in your game plan. And we talk about some of the teams that didn't even make it to this point into the game last week, where they maybe didn't fail to qualify out of round 1 or round 2. And it goes to put so much pressure on these remaining weeks, including this one. A high spot on the leaderboard is a must. Oh, Meezy doesn't even make it to his drop spot. He touches the ground with a little help from, I believe, Coop and Miro. It's actually Rise on the other side, and just lets Controller and Moo just get it uncontested towards Slappy Shores.
Just look at the face Moo is making. The laughs are coming through. Gotta be feeling pretty good about that one. There's just nothing left to be done. You're essentially trying to jump into a window out of desperation, but as a solo, that is painful to witness.
Just like here, Larson and Smite so far 2-0. Claiming Naughty Nets as their own. This is the third go around. Nosh is already down and out. Turtle left by himself. It's the West and an East team combined here on these combined regions, going up against FNCS Invitational finalists and Smite and Larson. Around every single turn, they're there with some sort of an answer, blocking off options, giving Tavern very little to work with because they contested this spot. There's not a lot of loot here in this location, so you got to think Tavern has to be running low, and he gets sent back to the lobby overall, and Smite's happiness continues.
As far as Smite's concerned, though, he had the doorway covered.
Yeah.
There was nowhere left for Turtle to run, even if he'd had managed to pick up a kinetic blade in the process. Had he tried to actually escape, I think he would have just been gobbled up in an instant. The moment that Smite got on top of that rooftop. But now over in Mega City, it's an area that we're all too familiar with, especially when it comes to seeing Epic Well and Reap, but more impressively still, and you touched on it last game, Jacob, but the fact that no one has been challenging these two inside of Mega City, despite other teams being in the area, it seems like that vault basically just belongs to Epic Well and Reap.
Hey, that's what comes with the territory experience over years. Epic Well being one of the more winning players of the region is Beverly and Sparebow, just trying to escape together some loot here. This is on the north side of Slappy Shores, and the reason why I point that out is because you see towards the outskirts, the top right of that mini-map, you see the edge of the zone, which kind of leads us to believe that we're going to have a south zone this time around.
A little bit less room left to cover. At least as far as Booga is concerned, though. He's just looking to make sure that there's no one trying to intervene with this loot path that him and Threats have established over here at Steamy Springs. One thing that Booga definitely likes doing, utilizing that kinetic blade, get up onto the bridge, try and make sure that he pushes out as far as possible because he wants this medal. He wants to claim it.
Yeah, there's a lot of spots on the map that don't even have middle, or it's very, very scarce, hard to come by. They're just trying to get what they can get. Sauco probably down already because I see Evo's just separated by himself. Maybe his teammate is upriver, but this is not the type of separation you want to have, especially against a team like Scoped and Mason. And there goes the first knock. On the other side, Sauco gets taken down by Bucky and Okus. Hey, Bucky stole that one away. Bucky stole the elimination away from Evo.
Don't mind if I do.
That's just one of those moments to where it's just yoink. Luckily for Scoped and Mason, they at least got some damage. They got some surge to work with.
But at the same time, Okus, Bucky, they know job's not finished. They still have to worry about the other duo that's there with them, hanging out. Duke, on the other hand, with Edgy.
Wow.
Some return fire, and that is some sharp aim coming out of Duke onto Livix. And now, Duke instead gonna resort to just temporary builds. Livix trying to work his way into slightly better positioning. With this aim from Duke, it is certainly looking like he's locked on.
They're locked in, ready to go. Him and Edgy, experts. Both of them competed at the Grande stage last year as well. Even Skittles, a very interesting spot for them to be in here. Usually they're kind of claim all of Brutal Bastion as their own, but this time around they kind of pushed towards the outskirts. But as High Card does spawn in, that's where they return to the scene of the crime, trying to claim it as their own. Game after game, they have at least some claim to it themselves, but Skittles under pressure over on the other side. Chubb's trying to knock him down, bring him down to size overall with the ODM gear, but it's only going to get that opportunity, which didn't find any success, which is going to allow Skittles to disengage.
I respect the pullback, though, from Skittles. doesn't want to find himself too far split from Aviv, especially not with high card spawning in. Seems as though the vault remains the priority here for Aviv and Skittles, but Chubbs, he's definitely got to still be feeling a little bit of pressure there. Doesn't look like an ideal situation, to say the least. And now for Yaz, wants to challenge N10. It's gonna have to work from top down of Kinjitsu to get there.
They have time to work with here in this situation, but it's very, very limited amount of time because Storm Surge, if they're not actually hitting the shots, is going to do more harm than good. And with the zone pulling this side of the map, they're not going to be forced out of this position, so both of these duos, in theory, can wait as long as they want. Bully and Lizux just trying to share the loot, spread it between the two. Bucky and Okus, we saw them steal away that elimination. They actually got the loot over on that side of the bridge.
Yeah, different definition of sharing is caring there for Bucky and Okus. Larson, on the other hand, he wishes that he could stop having to share.
Wow.
This area, he's going straight for the throat here as Larson will lose Smite in the process. Larson, though, trying to return fire, does get the elimination. Solid pump shot onto Dequented. But it's going to be Larson, forced the kinetic blade away, understanding that there's still some pressure from the hills a little bit north of him.
Okay, what did I even witness with that first shot? And I like how quick Larson is to react. Smite hits such a good shot. Probably screaming into his ear, he's weak, he's weak. Larson had no choice but to run up, finish that one off. Made it look easy as well.
So unfortunate, though, to still lose your duo in the process because having to be forced into the reboot card, looking for a reboot opportunity. Batman Boog, on the other hand, he's just aiming straight into the lead pile, still managing to find shots that count. But with all of the sustain that you could possibly want, a couple of big pots, get him back up to full if he chooses to use both of them. Meanwhile, Smite probably regretting that. That's just unfortunate. You're brought back and then instantly brought down.
I like the quick thinking coming out from Larson again. Put some shots on the pump and immediately trying to close the distance. Trashy doing a good job of fighting back, giving pump time to work with, try to heal up, but you have to be careful because these are two separate 1v1s. A couple seconds here that Larson has to try to take advantage of. He's going to be able to get into the box. Great shot's going to be landed, but not enough. Great opportunity to really pick up the pace, but this is where Pump's there to close the distance. 2v1 now going to come to fruition, and Larson can't watch all angles. He goes down. Trashy and Pump rise once more.
What a beautiful approach, though, from Pump, just to really make sure, because it looked for a second, though, is that wasn't exactly going Trashy's way. Sure, he got clipped at the start with the initial engagement, and it wasn't enough to actually take his shields down to a threatening level, but it's just the fact of the matter that it did seem as though a little bit of panic had started to set in for a moment there, and you just don't want to find yourself having to expend too many of your heals in a 1v2 situation. Now Rise, looking to take full advantage of this cache with that legendary loot. Meanwhile, Champs and G-Money, they just want to fight.
They want what's in front of them, which is the loot of another team. Pace control is going to be important, but Shield Keg going off. Every second they stay stagnant, they're going to be able to heal back on up. Now Champ's trying to use that for his own. He has two Shield Kegs of his own. First one's going to be popped down. The Doctor's going to go down, leaving Epic Bros by himself. G-Money and Champs. A 1v2 situation. He's going to go ahead and clean up all that loot, get more resources to work with before returning back. He knows his teammate is already weak, and that's where those Chug Splashes do come into play.
Chug Splashes, a little bit preemptive here as another team shooting down into Anvil Square. Still, that Shield Keg going to do more than enough to get G-Money back up to full as far as shields are concerned, but it just seems as though shots are raining in from all different directions. They're already stuck inside of the storm for the time being. G-Money Champs wanting to take advantage of the fact that they're still in Anvil Square, still trying to find whatever loot might be left over. It's just, again, gotta be careful of not taking too much damage this early on, because even though it doesn't seem like a whole lot from the initial storm ticks, It builds up over time, and we saw what just happened in the last game with Storm Sickness.
Really threading the needle on that one. And that's kind of why we pointed out, and we try to keep track, and hopefully these players can do the same. Maybe their coaches can let them know the situation that they're in, so when we do push towards that end game, they know that, hey, win off, not a realistic situation for you. You might have to go for some eliminations. Scrounge together anything that you can. But only time will tell for some of these teams that are risky enough to take those early game fights, get stuck deep and far into the zone. This one's gonna pull. It's already been going south so far. Pretty even for everybody when it comes from last zone to this one.
It's not even though for Pollo is probably a little bit surprised that somebody could actually be shooting down when he's so high up above the ground here at Mega City. A little bit of leverage here, but another duo across the way has taken note. Some nice return fire there from Pollo is gonna ensure that he gets at least a couple of Storm Surge tags in his favor. And overall, still a great view of the area surrounding Mega City. And it looks as though Epic Well and Reet, well, they've got the same idea. They're up on those building tops as well.
Rift Island, I love it. Gives players an opportunity to really take control of their own game, and Ajok just gets beamed up. Other players really trying to close the distance. It looks like they just thought elsewhere. They're like, oh, took too much damage. Immediately try to go up. Chubbs, another player into the distance. He's going to go down to Clarity. It's only going to be a knock for now, but you see Cascris running across the screen. He's going to try to clean that one up. Ajok and Deshawn, they're just looting up. They're not in a real pressure situation, so they're just being patient.
But there's so much loot at the bottom of Rift Island. We're not even factoring in what Rift Island has in store for the duo that actually manages to claim it. Ajok, Deshawn, probably a little appreciative of being able to take out some of these trees. Casker, Clarity G as well, but it's Bryce and Chubbs who are actually already at the top. So some of these teams that are at the bottom, they've got to be wary. They've got to know that Bryce and Chubbs, they're not wasting any time here. They want to claim Rift Island.
Yeah, and for them, it means a lot to be able to not only get the heals that come out of it, but more importantly, those overclocked pulse rifles, 131 below the damage threshold. A couple well-placed shots put you more than enough above and give you something you can at least anchor onto. That way you don't have to worry later in the game. As we saw throughout the last two, and probably going to see here again in game number 3, that if you don't have mobility and if you don't have surge and you're forced to rotate to those half and half zones, you're definitely going to have your work cut out for you.
But Rift Island being so close to edge of zone as is, makes it a little bit easier to not feel as bad about the time expended outside of the zone. Deshawn, though, he's got to be feeling real good about that knock onto Epic Bros. He's not going to waste any time either. Just full elim to boot. But now, has to be careful. Doesn't want to eat too much return damage. Not sure if he's able to catch wind. Dr. Fax and how low he was off to the side there, but Deshawn, he's in the zone, but eating way too many shots in the process. That's bound to be a slurp juice expended.
Yeah, luckily for him, though, he does have 2. And typically to win heal off, in most scenarios, you need 1 as the zone's closed. You pop that one, and then you play the rest of your heals. Yamzo and Rise, they're just trying to use anything that they can find to go ahead and save the Chug Splashes and those slurp juice, because they know about the importance.
The floppers. That's what I want to keep an eye out for. Because Yamzo and Rise, they're bound to have this spot marked on the map should we get to that heal-off aspect, and this duo is still left standing. And with those 2 floppers on the ground, there's a lot that could be happening.
Yeah.
But there's plenty that's been happening in this game so far. And SBG, he's been keeping an eye out for us.
So we got to take a look at what Pars and Baka were doing earlier. They've been crushing it so far in this match, and we see them already taking Storm Surge damage, but they're in the storm, taking damage, which will then affect them later in the game. But this awesome rotate all the way on the outside allows them to make it into zone relatively unharmed.
Changing up their gameplay from one game to the next. From high ground in the first, heal off in the second, to playing towards the slower side of zone in the third. They're one of the few teams that can say they can change it up at the drop of a hat.
not opposed to a little bit of the scenic route. I mean, if it gets you into the zone safely and able to maintain as many builds and heals as possible, that's what matters most at this stage of the game. Epic Well, though, he's also aware of the fact that, again, slightly below the damage threshold, but in a great position to try and make the difference here, but he's lost his back wall, and he's also lost a good chunk of his health as well. Legendary Slurp Juice will have to come out as a result, but he's still on the hunt. He still needs more damage.
And you can kind of see that when it comes from the first game to the next, that when the zone is pulling far away, they know how to rotate, they know how to deal with the surge, but when it's set up in Mega City where not a lot of the teams are going to rotate towards the center, they're all towards the outskirts of the zone, that makes it hard for a team like this to find the chops that they need. But now that everybody's getting pushed in, the zone getting that much smaller, they're able to land a couple of shots, but they're so far down, they're expending a lot of heals because they're behind the curve.
And what had looked like a promising amount of splashes to start has now dwindled at a rather rapid rate here, Jacob, as Epic Whale continues to have to utilize all 6 of those splashes that he once held and is still slightly below that damage threshold. One more shot would do the trick, but Reetling and Epic Whale unable to connect. No one's giving them a chance.
Keyboard and Pollo doing the most right now, just pressuring them, not really giving them a chance to even heal in this scenario. And as you were saying, all of their heals were expended. And they're only 54 above the damage threshold. So you gotta give so much credit to Pollo and Keyboard on the other side to chopping down one of their best competitors down to size.
It's gotta be personal now for Epic Will. He's trying to return fire where he can into Keyboard's box. Unfortunate circumstances, for sure, for some of these teams trying to play the high ground territory there in Mega City. All the way down the bottom of the buildings, though. Casker, Clarity, just looking for a chance to farm out a little bit of brick, given the current state of things.
They gotta be careful, though. It's very, very risky. Traveling in and out of these buildings towards Mega City, you can have anybody, literally anybody hiding around any corner, and you see it here with the overhead view scoped in Mason. You don't watch out, they're gonna be able to take you out. Day and Shore, you see ODM just trying to cause destruction, displace them in their position. Jamper's just on the other side, and I don't see Cam anywhere close by. It looks like he's even down the mountain. So if he shows himself at the wrong time, this is Day and Shore's fight to really take advantage of it. You can see they're closing in on the distance. They know somebody's nearby. They don't know exactly where. They see Cam on the tail end. There's so much loot. You can see why they're persistent in this spot.
It just looks so awkward when these players are so close but so far from each other. And you can tell Cam, Jamper, they want to see if they can proceed. But you never know when your next step might be your last, and instead, Day, Shore, they're gonna resort to trying to offer better positioning overall. They've got the kinetic blades to make this rotation possible up the cliff face, so it won't be as terrible. But as soon as they get to the top of that hill, Day, Shore, immediately boxing up because they know they got company nearby.
Yeah, they're just taking it one step at a time. One stage of the game. Zone by zone. Batman Booga's gonna have to do the same thing, but it's gonna be that much harder because he's a solo, doesn't have a ton of heals. He's gonna have to scavenge together in order to find any success here. Much different performance this time around. Things not going their way, but for him, he's just trying to bolster his position on the series point leaderboard.
See, if he at least had heals, he could maybe look to just repeatedly tarp, maybe try and squeak through unnoticed in the ultra low ground layers, but with only 2 minis, he's kind of forced into a spot where he has to maybe look for a third-party opportunity. And Cooper utilizing that ODM gear to get closer. Doesn't seem as though Batman Booga wants to fire off any shots just yet, though, because the moment that he does, he'll at least pull some attention, and he knows he can't pull all of it unless he can close the fight.
He can't afford any attention right now. He doesn't have builds, he doesn't have heals, and just on the other side of that wall, as a team, if they just reset that cover, if they do anything peak on that side, even got Duke and Edgy right above. He found this crevice right now, and he's gonna try to stick to it for as long as he possibly can before he's forced out by the zone. because all this action might be not the best scenario for him, even if he's not directly involved, because everything's going to come crashing down. It's he who has nothing to work with on the other side as Tahi and Den finally edit that cover and take him down.
Cold maybe a little disappointed here that he didn't get more out of it because, again, Batman Booga didn't exactly have the most desirable loadout for that solo clutch aspect. Rokane and Vert, on the other hand, decent positioning, but a lot of congestion already starting to pour in.
Never gonna look at floppers the same. I saw that flopper down there, Rokane. And this is the thing, as you're going through the course of the game, for most players, it's very, very hard to keep track of a lot of this loot that gets spread around, even if your inventory's full. So being able to have your teammates kind of memorize where that location is or put a mark onto the field as Rokane just gets chunked out right before our very eyes. Scoped and Mason forced to pop game time early. There's so much loot around, but when it comes to heals, absolutely nothing they can set their hands on.
That ODM gear, though, is just so loud and destructive. It's very easy, I think, to get lost in the chaos of exactly where these teams might actually be trickling in from. Kanata and Aegis, on the other hand, though, they don't have to worry about the congestion that's taking place down in those bottom layers. No, instead, they've got a great view of the lobby for the time being. And with one elimination already under their belt, Kanata, more so than anything else, I think, just trying to keep tabs on whether or not anyone can even challenge their current height control.
Exactly that. We're gonna have Agers kind of lead the charge, and Kanata's gonna be the guard. Pars and Baka setting themselves up. 5 splashes, depending on what Baka has, more than enough to at least play a good portion of that heal off. Add into the fact that they have game time, it's gonna make it that much better. But a position wouldn't really have expected them to be in. 61 below the damage threshold, but they're ready for any challenge, especially knowing it takes one well-placed Havoc shot to kind of even the score. Just like Vert and Rokane, calm, cool, collected. They did more than enough at this stage of the game. You can see Vert activating that slurp juice to kind of make sure he's safe to rotate from point A to point B. They know how converged all these players are going to get here.
But for Baka and Pars, they know that they're below that damage threshold. They've got to get a move on. They found their opening. Baka with a great shot connection, and it's still barely enough to get them out of the danger zone. And with only being 3 above, you know that they're going to be looking for more here, but Epic Whale, he's left as a solo. He's just trying to clutch it out best he can.
Literally almost where we left off, below the threshold. Back against the wall, forced to really think of something. Luckily for him, he has those 3 splashes. He has the legendary slurp juice to try to out-heal it, but as he connects blades through the sky, he's going to be looking for anybody there, high ground, low ground, all around to try to take advantage and catch off guard. Very similar to Rise early on in this game, where he was able to sneak away that first elimination, doing just enough damage to keep them above the threshold. They don't have to worry about Storm Surge as Vert and Rokane catch somebody slipping, take away the floor, send them down low to the low ground, and that's Bully who's on the receiving end of that one, but they're not able to get any of the loot for it.
No, instead, they're going to have to abandon ship for the time being. Vert and Rokane, they know they must push on. They can't take too long inside of these moving zones. Don't want to have to expend any HP unnecessarily. Epic Whale, meanwhile, 69 HP in a dream, running relatively low on builds, pours the kinetic blade up, trying to see if there's anywhere he can land, where he can look for an opening of some sort, a siphon, materials off of a refresh. But Pars and Baka, again, continuing to try and keep the charge going forward. But it's the ODM gear that I think has caused a little bit more of a problem here. But Duke doesn't have any problems, not after finding that last elimination.
Now making it look easy, allowing Edgy to kind of lead the charge. His teams still have so many placement points on the board left to pick up. This is not the time to go down, especially with all the effort you put to make it to this point. Boyo is going to kind of get his run ended. Keyboard's no more, so they go back to the lobby. Agers and Kanata, last time we saw them, that monument was finally getting started, but now it's built high in the sky. Pars and Baka go down, so we're going to have a new game winner after this one. The halfway point for a lot of these teams means so much. It means how you're going to be able to play the rest of this game out as Alonzo and Rise, they find an elimination along the way.
3 splashes still left for Yamzo to utilize here. Vert, though, on the other hand, double Havoc pumps, but it's not enough for him to find anything to keep his lobby life going. Instead, Trashy now looking alongside a pump, but it's Kanata who's finally forced to drop down. Kanata, though, gets knocked in the process. He thought he was getting the element of surprise, but instead it's turned.
That might not be the worst case scenario, though, because as this goes to a heal off, no one's going to get that refresh or siphon from Kanata and any down body. As you see the game times being popped, Skittles' options are running out, but he's able to find one on the pump. It's probably stopping the heal off if he can find Trashy as well. But only has a few seconds left in the zone before it all runs out. Duke as well, leaving so much pressure on Edgy, but he doesn't find any heals. Their run comes to an end. They're gonna at least get top 4 for their efforts. Puts pressure on Yamzo. Agers, heal off, found a way to Rift Island yet again. There could be so much loot left above, but it doesn't matter. Trashy with a pizza party and splashes galore to take the game. More than enough time left over if he wanted, but that's gonna be it. Pump and Trashy strike.
Trashy never even breaking a sweat with that one. He had so many chug splashes still left to burn through. Even if somebody had managed to find him, their odds of survival by that point, Jacob, was just so low.
Very, very low, and you can see while he's eating the pizza, while he has the 11 splashes, he opens up another box of pizza and has a fresh 6-pack right behind him as well. Trashy doesn't even celebrate because he knows with 3 games left, the job is not done just yet.
Still has a decent ways to go, but a Victory Royale is certainly one way to really escalate your placement on that leaderboard.
Yeah, and that's game 3 done. Half of the day is already over, and depending on where you're at on the leaderboard dictates how you get to play the remaining games out. But we're going to go ahead and throw it to Zeke and our analyst to figure out who's on top.
Thank you guys so much. Now halfway through the competition here in North America, and once again, it comes on down to a pizza party. However, it's a one-sided pizza party because apparently they had drinks, they had 2 pizzas, they had the win in the pocket.
I mean, I'm actually kind of surprised, right? I was looking at the team that made it all the way over to the Rift Island. I was like, ooh, they're going to have a lot of extra heals, but Trashy still having enough to win out in that heal off.
Yeah, I feel like it's just becoming a repeated cycle. Every single week, we get to watch these kind of games, and it's Trashy and Pump. They find a way to win a game. These guys are just such an established part of this region, and rightfully so. They're so talented and in top form this season.
11 splashes, man. Absolutely insane. And obviously you could see these guys have always been like this. They're just incredibly focused, right? They're here. They know exactly what they need to do. They have eyes on grand final.
It's funny because it's like they don't even celebrate when they win anymore. It's like, another game.
Another day. Another day in the office.
One of those duos, right? That's like just on their rise. I feel like every single season this season, they're just getting better and better. I've seen some really cool strategies that this duo has implemented, especially in their early game. And it makes me just love their play style, the way that they think about the game. Really looking forward to seeing this duo compete throughout the season.
So what is the one thing we think they could be maybe doing better, right? Because it seems like we're seeing their names a lot. Is there anything?
You're asking us to nitpick, Z. I mean, they really do it all. Like, honestly, I mean, Pump going down there was maybe something they could have avoided, but I mean, Skittles just hit a crazy shot on him, so just one of those things.
Yeah, I think that one's more of like a thumbs up to Skittles than it is, come on, Pump. Like, you're almost looking like your hands were tied in that situation.
Let's take a look at our standings together, see how things are unfolding currently in our game here in North America. Pars and Baka, they're still sitting pretty good in that #1 spot, but Duke Edgy looking to try and say something about that.
And this is like, I want to say it's been a quiet day from Duke and Edgy, right? Because I feel like, I mean, I've been watching the games and it's not been like, I've been like, whoa, there's Edgy and Duke kind of popping off. They've just been sneaking up the leaderboard and they're like, hey, Vivid, by the way, we're in second. So excited to see this duo, right? Newly formed duo as well this season. Working out in week #2 here.
Yeah, like I almost look at their names on the standings and like I look at it and I expect to see like a +32 or something. Like,
exactly.
Where did you guys come from? No, it's usually like a +3. These guys have been in and about, right, throughout the whole day. But in that game, really showcasing what they've been about so far today. Duke's hitting some crazy shots. And yeah, if these guys can keep playing how they've been playing, there's no reason why they can't finish today in first place even.
Yeah, I think the teamwork as well. I saw a very good moment of teamwork kind of come out towards the end of this game. Edgy got into a pretty tricky situation, but instantly his duo was there to kind of back him up. They actually won a 2v2 on the low ground, got that refresh, and that's why they made it all the way into this end game. They're that 2v2 right there, actually.
And how, if you're Edgy, how can you not trust your teammate when he's hitting the kind of shots he was hitting this game? Dukes was popping off. Like, some of those shots are very crisp, very clean. You know, honestly, when I look at the way he's playing in that game, like, highlight reel worthy. Highlight reel worthy.
so insane. I do want to point out, too, you kind of touched on it, Skittles.
Yeah.
Hitting one of the craziest shots. That is what ultimately cost Bump that situation. But man, oh man, Aviv and Skittles jumping up the 2 placements now in the top 5 once again. Even Aegis and Kanata going up 6 places, now being 6th. NA is a battleground this week.
Yeah, 100%. And I feel like a lot of these teams, right, they got the Storm Surge strategy down, getting into the end game consistently. That's why we're finding them in the top 10.
You'll love to see it. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen, Fortnite fan, we have a very special interview lined up for you guys. It is none other than Tfue. Oh my gosh, Turner, I feel like the last time I saw you, you were so young. Now you're so old. We're so old, man. It's
we are old,
just
man.
Yeah, you just had to show off the biceps. All right, what's up, Turner? It's good to see you, man. How you doing?
No. I'm doing good, man. I'm chilling, living the dream. You know, playing 0 builds, just chilling.
That's awesome. Well, hey man, how are you enjoying the FNCS, dude? NA combined is bringing the heat.
They are, dude. I mean, you know, I'm rooting for my boy Kanata out there, you know.
Okay.
He's just my old teammate, so, you know, I'm just rooting for him. But, you know, I'm enjoying it. I've just been chilling, you know, drink a glass of wine or 2 or 5, you know, so I'm doing good.
Well, Tfue, obviously we just go, you know, head to head a couple times back in the day, right? Whole lot of things have changed. How do you think we would fare in this meta?
Oh, dude, we would get absolutely bodied, dude.
That's the answer I was hoping for. It's true.
Oh, man. Hey, Turner, I feel like I can call you Turner, obviously, because we're, you know, first name basis, close and all that. I do have to ask you, right? Watching these games, what would it take for you to make a return to you know, builds? I know you're in there in the 0 builds, but what would it take to get you back in FNCSs?
Probably a, what are those things called? The time machine. Yeah, the time machine. Yeah, that. That would do it. If I had one of those, and maybe.
Rewind the years a bit. I do want to ask you as well, right? Seeing former teammates like Kanata, right? Players who you almost handpicked, you know, players who you played with. Is it like almost like, you know, there's this sense of euphoria playing with, seeing these guys do so well still?
Yeah, no, it's sick. It's sick to see that, like, somebody that, like, I used to, you know, play with, game with a little bit, and see these guys, like, still kicking, you know, still, like, popping off and, you know, showing up on the top of the leaderboard. It's sick. It's sick to see. You know, guys like me and Vivid, you know, we're left in the dust, but, you know,
we're floating away
these
slowly,
guys
man.
are still in there, you know what I mean? So it's sick to see for sure.
Yeah, well, awesome. Tfue, thank you so much for hanging out with us, man. Where can the viewing audience find you? I feel like they know, but for those that don't, let them know.
Dude, I'm on Snapchat.
Only Snapchat.
That's it.
Just
No.
Snapchat, nowhere else.
Oh, man.
That's it, dude.
Well, hey, Turner, thanks so much for your time, man. We hope you enjoy the rest of the games, and we'll catch you later.
Sure, peace out.
Oh, man.
Called me
That's
Gus.
wild. Dude, I don't know. Listen, you would do well, Vivid. You would do well. I think you would do well.
He might be on to something, honestly. We would get, yeah.
You know what the strategy is?
Time machine.
You will never know, because we have our next game. That's right. We hold things here, but we don't hold these games. This is game number 4.
Shout out Tfue one more time, one of the OGs of the game. He's ready to watch game number 4. This is the halfway point for the game, for the day overall. And I gotta give him credit. He's one of the OGs that I'm talking about. He's passing that torch. He's saying Kanata is the guy. He's one to look after here on the day as controller and Moo. They got a kind of free Slappy Shores last game around, but it's not going to be free every single game. In fact, it's not going to be free now. The first team and players that are down.
No smile on Moo's face after that one. Comparison to the last match. Swexy making sure to double eliminate to start this game off, Jacob. And that is always a wonderful sight, because you just don't have to worry about the damage, at least not for the early game. Smite, on the other hand, still trying to take out Turtle Tavern. Has drawn the attention of another party, so he's actually going to resort to falling back for the time being. Turtle gets another shot to stay alive just one instance longer.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Turtle and Nosh, they conceded. We lost every game so far. They change up their drop. They go to the north side of Naughty Nets. And it was looking good. Tavern with a sliver of HP pops the med miss. He's staying alive. But a third party from the mountains north of Naughty Nets is able to get that knock onto Nosh. And it forces Turtle in this very, very unique spot where do I go for the revive? Do I not? Who even got the knock? If he knew it was somebody else, that is a revive in the books.
This 50-50 process for MPen and Polarize.
Oh.
Rip, it's actually going to be the pickaxes coming out. MPen doing what he can, but it's Polarize who helps finish off Yaz just to make sure that Kenjutsu remains their territory.
No excuses. No excuses. You didn't get any floor loot. You didn't get any loot at all. Well, you have a pickaxe. You could help. MPen just proved it.
Kind of the OG days. Fortnite, if you think about it, is running around trying to pickaxe everybody. Maybe TP was on something.
It looked like me when I first started landing on a roof, knowing I got beat. I just start pickaxing the first person I see. I don't know how Shadow even ended up in this spot so far away from Paper. Well,
he doesn't want to be there either, man.
Now I get it, though. It's a little bit more understandable. He was kind of pushed out.
Shadow wanted to use that kinetic blade for an escape, but that charge-up time can sometimes be all it takes, especially when you think about the accuracy that a lot of these players are working with in this lobby. I mean, you've got to have mechanics to make it this far, and they've got to be on point, because a high placement here, Jacob, could definitely be the turning point for a lot of these teams in the lobby.
I like the way you said that. Like, everybody in this lobby, mechanics isn't necessarily the issue. It's the experience, it's the learning that a lot of these players need to get through that kind of separate them both. But every single player in this lobby today deserves all the credit in the world to be able to even make it this far into the tournament. G-Money's just trying to make it that much farther into this game as he was able to get that first knock on the Salco. Evo's going to be left by himself, and you kind of know how that story goes.
Champs there with the ultimate moral support, watching his duo just clean up everyone left standing in that area, because he had barely any HP to work with.
Sometimes it's the little differences, the little bit that a lot of these players have to go through that really kind of separate themselves. Sin and Coop, they're just trying to loot up towards the no side. You kind of see Lonely Labs there. They're on the right side of where Pars and Baka were at moments ago, and they kind of see a player kind of swimming in the ocean. You called it the scenic route. They called it any way to stay alive here as
why are there
getting
three?
chased down.
Everybody just wants to hang out in this ice cold water, apparently. But Sin, I think his mentality is more along the lines of making sure that Botify doesn't actually get an opportunity to escape from the depths of this water. Instead, he's just still continuing to monitor Coop all the meanwhile. Trying to back him up in the process, but these shots that are being exchanged here, Jacob, this is a decent amount of time that both of these teams are using. And it's that time that you're going to have to think about, that you're going to wish you had more of when you're actually looking for rotations for proper positioning.
Yeah, I like the way that one was kind of playing out. Sim was just being a distraction, allowing Coop to kind of rotate and get as much of an advantage as possible. But the teammate spots it out, forces a disengagement with everybody. And you can see here, just north of Kenjutsu crossing, Soneto and DeQuinted. This is exactly why Paper and Shadow were pushed out of this spot. They got that first elimination. You got to imagine that was Paper, and you saw Shadow go down as he crossed naughty nets.
But sometimes as a solo, that is your best option, is just choosing and knowing when to fall back, because you might be able to get some more placements in the process the longer that you're able to hold on. Cooper and Miro, though, doing what they can to take over Southside Sloppy Shores. And that quick stat, Insanity, having at least 20 points in their matches.
Not having a game where they dudded out is huge. And that's a confidence booster going into the next week as well, because you kind of match that tempo. You're trying to match that pace. And for them who land over towards Slappy Shores, having Acorn and Cold not over here allows them a little bit more freedom and room to work with overall, as Okus and Bucky's don't have that same room. The Slacks and Nut are just trying to disengage. They don't want any of this noise, and they see where the zone is beginning to pull south towards the eastern side. So I'm not sure if being the one to kind of rotate towards the north side is going to be the best in terms of your position, but it's going to be the best decision you make in terms of trying to stay alive.
Look, as far as Bucky and Okus are concerned, they're at least going to force these guys to expend a good amount of resources. Sparebow, though, getting a little active in that elim feed. My eyes don't deceive me. That's Cooper and Miro. We're just trying to give them the gas up for a second, but there's no breaks when it comes to this lobby and these players looking to take each other out.
Hey, Akio goes down. That was the player who helped get the knock on the Nosh early on. Polarized N-Pen from Kenjutsu Crossing all the way over to Mega City. We asked the question 3 games straight, who's brave enough to contest against Epic Well and Reap? Well, we figured out that answer, but you got to watch out because they already have the loot from the vault, which means 1 pump potential around any corner. And when you're going against Reap, one of the best box fighters, one of the best zone war players, one of the best controller players, he has accolade stacked on his side, but N-Pen and Polarized, they don't care. They said you could be FNCS champion, you could be president, we're still going to go against you.
It's kind of crazy how fast N-Pen and Polarized decided to even rotate over to Mega City. It seems as though they're not interested in allowing Epic Well and Reap to have that free liberty of taking over the vault. Seems as though they want a piece of the pie as well, if possible. And N-Pen, he wants a piece of Epic Whale. Shot just short of connecting here with the Havoc pump. But it's Polarized now, forced to retreat. And it's Reap who's actually going to be the first to get eliminated. N-Pen taking the claim for that one.
Somebody's coming in, third party. Look at them right above. I think that's Nexi might be there, and they might have snuck attack Epic Well and Reap. They have him with his back up against the wall, trying to force him deeper into that vault. Not really giving him an exit strategy or way out until this third party does come in. This is a blessing in disguise. If you're Epic Wells, N-Pen and Polarized, they're trying to handle this pressure. So many different angles, try to deny that piece control from going over, and that's why N-Pen is extending outward. More real estate to work with. And if you notice towards the background, Epic Wells just crouching, minimizing the audio cues that he's given up because he has nowhere to go.
Epic Well, though, he's been in this position before. In round 2 of Quals, he found himself needing to clutch it up. So if anybody can find that reboot and go for a deep run in this lobby, I think Epic Well is certainly one that can get the job done, all things considered. But Polarized, N-Pen, they don't want to let up. They don't want to let Epic Well get out. And Epic Well knows it. He's got no other choice but to try and push his way forward, hoping, praying that this other party starts to get into the mix here, because that would be his only saving grace.
They have the piece control, and again, that third party helping out Epic Well inadvertently. Nexi and Redux is going to be the team there, trying to take advantage of a fight that was already started, hoping that everybody here is weak. And there's a whole nother team at Mega City that's saying, hey, while all this action is going down, we're going to get all the scraps, get all the loot that we can. Nexi and Redux, they're going to disengage. Hopefully they got some shots to work with as Epic Well goes down altogether. And that's actually why they're disengaging, with the fight done and over with. Polarized N-Pen on top. There's nothing left to fight for.
Look, Epic Well, he's a man that could certainly work miracles, but when you've got 2 separate duos bearing down on top of you, there's only so much to be done. Trapped inside of his own cage, essentially. Kanata and Aegis, though. One more time. This is all too familiar positioning. Kanata sitting at the top of a build, just looking for whatever openings he can find to tag players up. The surge tag damage has definitely been fully monitored.
Just a surprising series of events over towards Mega City. Something I really didn't expect, but at the same time, eventually that was going to come around. A team kind of camping that vault. That was N-Pen, that was Polarized. Quick to react, too, and quick to rotate from Kenjutsu Crossing all the way across the pond. Drokin and Vert, they got themselves a position just outside of the zone as we jump up board. Jamper and Cam, they found themselves in elimination. Trying to save and hold on to that siphon as long as possible because they know there's another fight around this corner. So that's going to be Let's, who does go down. I'd imagine where Frost is. That was his teammate, probably down early on in the game because he's nowhere to be found. You got Jamper and Cam just doing all that they can to control this position and not let a team like Slacks and Nut inch themselves closer to loot that's theirs.
But what Nut needs is definitely a little bit of loot. given that his shield's not as healthy as he would like them to be. Cam and Jamper know they have ample materials all around them. But a lot of this is a bit of a lull in the action here. But someone who's been keeping more concise view, it's gonna be Vivid.
Yeah, of course. Let's take a look at Edgy and Duke in their early game. They've been doing so well today, and it all starts off at the drop spot. Of course, landing at a split drop just outside of Steamy. As you can see, Duke here making full use of his entire drop spot by making sure that he gathers up some shield via the slurp barrels and such. And then Edgy, of course, being trusted with that surge damage, getting some, and then a little bit of a trick here, jumping off of the fall damage into the bush to avoid that fall damage.
Shout out Vivid for the huge breakdown and kind of reading my mind, because I was wondering with Duke and Edgy missing week number 1, they're going to need a big week here to try to get that direct ticket to the FNCS Major 2 Finals, bypass Surge Week. It's going to be important. And this is an even interesting thing. From Nosh and Tavern going down early in a couple of games, you give them a chance to play, and they're brave and confident enough to contest anybody, and that includes Rift Island.
An impressive feat as well when you think about where we last checked off with Turtle Tavern, barely managing to escape at the start of this game from being eliminated himself. And now, with Nosh by his side, it's Empen and Polarized who are going to have their work cut out for them. If they want to try and claim Rift Island, they know that the Overclock Pulse Rifle would be such an awesome item to add to their arsenal, but again, it's gonna take time before they can claim it. And Aviv and Skittles, they've got more than enough time here, just on the edge of Slappy Shores, to find as many tag damage as they want.
These are the risks that at least I'm referencing. Obviously, you got the more notable one of trying to get into a team's box, bulldoze, take them down, but this one, the risk of lasting so long in the zone, minimizing that heal-off potential. Siamzo and Jamper over towards the racetracks where 3 other teams are directly positioned at. 2 more towards the east, 4 more towards the west, and a whole nother team outside of the zone that might be Aviv and Skittles that we saw moments ago. So as the zone continues to pull towards the southeastern portion of the map, and you see again another south pull, a lot of these teams are going to have to be quick thinking if they have the surge and to be able to rotate and try to find a safer spot, because stacked in the congested part of the zone is not where you want to be when you need a big game.
For sure, and all of these familiar faces, but none of them looking quite too friendly, given what they're all fighting for, and that's just optimal positioning. That's really what it looked like. Everyone was trying to challenge each other for tag damage, to stay above that Storm Surge threshold. But again, when everyone is able to find those openings for little periods of damage throughout, that's what makes it so difficult to actually stay above that damage threshold. And that's why we've been seeing even some of the more experienced players in this lobby continue to struggle game after game, just barely managing to stay above it.
It's very important for a lot of these teams as we continue on in the day to be able to adapt, continuously make those adjustments to their game plan. If they went down due to positioning, you fix that in the next game. Well below the Storm Surge threshold, you fix that in the next game. And for Lizix, his teammate, it's gonna be hard, 400 damage to overcome. Let's was brought back. Frost was able to stay alive, but now the tables have turned, and it's gonna put pressure on Let's to be able to not only stay alive, but possibly bring his teammate back in. And quick thinking on the defensive end from Let's to try to play defensive, but Yusef and Curious just immediately take him out. And you can see all the rewards for their efforts. Pizzas, slurp juices, huge impactful play.
Definitely a nice chunk of loot that they're gonna get to walk away with. But again, still needing to go even further still. A lot of these teams wanting to make sure that they prioritize their positional capabilities. Baka Par, some of the first. But Mega City, Jacob, looking like it might just become the next graveyard for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, this is a great pull for the majority of the lobby, but the ones that didn't get the blessing of the zone on their side, they got quite the distance to cover. quite the terrain, quite the environment to really overcome. You can see a good portion of that is over water as well, so you don't want to be caught on that island or the boat in the center. You might become the focus of the lobby, but for a lot of these teams that are already positioned in Mega City, it's all about survival, and for others, it's about getting the damage when it comes to Surge. They're fighting tooth and nail over on the other side, but for Yamzo and Rise, 400 above gives them so much flexibility to work with, and it gives them the option to third-party this of two teams that are needing that damage.
And it seems as though Yamzo and Rise, they want a little bit more here. They recognize the fact that Nut and Slacks, despite eating shots from the side from Yamzo and Rise, they didn't have time to turn their attention because they knew there was still more coming directly from in front of them, and Chubbs will get pumped in the process by Yamzo. A nice shot there. And that's the beauty of the Havoc pump. Having a little bit of that range damage can go a long way.
Uh-oh. 43 below the damage threshold for Skittles and Aviv. That's nothing, though. Nothing really to worry about. The harp on. They're positioning yourself here into the zone. They're trying to get the maximum distance covered. They even found themselves a ridge. It's not quite in zone, but it's going to allow them to try to look back, try to put shots on all these teams that are still trying to rotate, and they're trying to take advantage of the mobility, the ODM gear, the kinetic blade that have these players flying, soaring through the sky.
Depending on how these zones choose to pull, though, Jacob, could be kind of gnarly, actually working their way back up this hill face, should things take that turn. But for the most part, Mega City provides so much of a skyline view, but it's going to be deeper into the city instead, by the looks of things.
There's nobody in zone. There is nobody in zone right now. There's two teams knocking at the door. They're eventually going to find their way in, but not a single team has the luxury of having that passive game plan ready, and you can see game time being popped. Even though they're well above the damage threshold, they're just trying to kind of solidify the use of those extra spots in their loadout.
It seemed as though the mentality for basically everybody was, if I'm just somewhere near the center, surely it's going to pull somewhere favorable for me, but instead the zone says, I've got other plans in store. You guys can figure it out.
The zone said, y'all thought you were safe? Hold my slurp. I got you 1 second. Is everybody finally finding their safety net in towards the zone, but as it pulled far towards the west, every single team that is on the farthest east side of the map is going to be struggling, including Aviv and Skittles, who are 80 below the damage threshold. They have to worry about rotation. They have to worry about damage. And a huge sneak attack by Skittles. Tries to get the back-to-back. Vert's going to go down. That's going to be a sacrifice, a trade. Aviv gets lost into the mix. Brings it down to a 1v1, and the one-pump potential from the Havoc leaves Skittles standing tall.
A beautifully placed shot there from Skittles. That is the main mark. And for Aviv, knowing that his teammate was at least able to secure the pride play, regardless of what happens next, Skittles can definitely keep his head held high for that one.
With all the action that we've seen so far, and half the lobby stuck on one side of the zone, and we're only into the top 30, placement points haven't even begun to set in. And this is an important and impactful moment for Edgy and Duke here in this game. They got 146 points. Well placed up on the leaderboard. They need to be able to hold on to their position. As he looks on, that's Pars, that's Baka who get taken down. So even the best of the best who've already won a game in this lobby are still finding some struggles to be able to adapt from one game to the next.
A few teams starting to trickle in to the zone. And it's Edgy who's actually trying to work his way along the edge. Not sure if he's fully aware of the fact that there's a team directly above him currently on the bridge, but definitely had enough heals to at least buy himself a little bit more time. Fatch and Pamcell, on the other hand, they don't need time because they've got a pretty nice spot here. Just looking to see if they can find any openings for an easy refresh opportunity. Decent amount of builds.
Whoa.
Primarily just looking for the damage. But Pars and Baka, they were leading the charge, and now they're waiting for the next one.
3 of our top 5 teams are out of the game. A huge moment for Duke and Edgy to make up that 21-point gap. Same could be said for Aviv and Skittles, but it's Skittles who's by himself. Placement points are finally setting in. So a little bit of a sigh of relief, but it's only going to last for so long because you know your job's not done yet. Kanata and Aegis trying to hold on to the high ground. And I almost like this loadout. Typically, I don't like the charge pump shotgun, but if you have high ground and you're a Kanata being the guard, trying to let Aegis lead the charge, you're going to be able to pack a punch from a distance to try to deny anybody the opportunity to steal it away.
A tactical play, and can't say I'm surprised to see it coming from Kanata because word straight from his mouth, 75% IQ when it comes to playing competitive Fortnite. Bugha, though, probably just happy to actually get threats back up and running here with the revive. Interesting that he's able to find a moment, despite the fact that the zone just continues to surround these teams, continue to close in around them. But Edgy, the splash is running relatively low, might find himself just looking for an opportunity to third party or sneak his way in to another player's box and sneak his way into an elimination.
Luckily for the majority of this lobby, though, it's going to be one of the more tamer zone pulls that we're going to have so far. A lot of smooth ground underneath, not a lot of different elevation changes that are naturally unbreakable. Zokus and Bucky. And the key here, going through from zone 9 to zone 10, is not being that team that's stuck in all the chaos that is on the low ground, fighting for your life tooth and nail. As Edgy finally goes down into the top 20, Kanata gets dropped, so high ground's definitely up for grabs. AV, Edgy, Yamzo, Rise just trying to struggle with high ground up for taken. That's going to be Yamzo and Rise who's going to grab it and snatch it right away before anybody else even notices.
The Yamzo and Rise, they certainly love playing from that high ground positioning, and if it's open, they're more than happy. Strip it away. Aegis has lost Kanata, so it does seem as though what once appeared to be a very tactical maneuver didn't exactly pan out the way he would have wanted it to. Aegis now also looking like he's running relatively low, has one splash left at his disposal, but it's going to be Bugha and Threats. Once in a pretty fickle position, now finding themselves in decent leverage. Okius, on the other hand, knocked before he could find his way inside of Bucky's box, and now Bucky forced to play this spot as a solo.
It's a good moment at 132, currently on the leaderboard. A lot of points left up for grabs. Bucky could take a top position in our top 10. About how he executes here in the final moments. He gets coned off, trying to give himself that extra layer of safety before he has to rotate on out. Smite and Larson doing a good job. 1v2 situation. Down goes Bugha, leaving a lot of pressure onto Threats. Bugha at least gave him that second chance at life and another opportunity to call himself a superstar here on the region. As he's trying to ODM, they're staying so far into the zone. This is 11th moving, 12th is on around the corner, and the heal-off will begin.
Bucky, though, having a heal-off with only 10 bandages and 6 minis is not the place that you want to be. Bucky might just be looking to play spoiler here now. Batman Bugha has Threats, attempting to escape off the grind round from the kinetic blade, but he's going to be destroyed before he actually has a chance to connect to the ground one more time. Thatch and Pamstow now, though. In a decent spot, and Jamper completely caught off guard. Thatch will make quick work of him. And an easy refresh can finally be found, and Bucky, he actually did connect with Batman Bugha.
Yeah, they were even thinking about becoming duo partners here on the region. Bucky getting the last lap in this game, though. He found a med miss, way better than those bandages on his side. He's at least able to outlast, but he gets toe tagged by Pamsu. Nobody is going to slip past them. The French-Canadian duo, one of the longest standing teams that we have in the lobby, making some noise, trying to outlast everybody as they get into the top 6. This is where the zone's going to close.
Like, they don't have heals. All they can do now is hope for the refreshes, and Bucky will just add on to the pile here. Thatch getting the credit for that one, but way up in the air. It's going to be Yamzo just continuing to tarp out above everyone else. Larson, though, he's got pizza, he's got splashes, and a med mist.
That's going to be it. It's all going to come down to this to see what Yamzo's thinking. Game time's going to be popped. Huge find. Rise doing a good job of taking down multiple players, trying to stop the heal off. Larson, Storm Sickness is going to tick in. He cannot survive, so it's going to come down to a 1v1. And Yamzo, he got full early, didn't even need to finish the pizza. He takes the game along with Rise.
Just didn't seem as though he had any concerns. He knew that he had full trust in his duo. The moment that you see the drop, you know that it's just to play Disrupt. Have to appreciate the patience and the discipline to just remain up above.
Yeah, in a situation where I would think Yamzo would be the one dropping to low ground, try to pick up the elimination, showing that Rise, IGL, and now Fragger, adding it all to his resume as they pick up that win. And he actually did such a fantastic job, not only stopping the heal off, but forcing Fats to stop his heals to deal with Rise. So even though they did get the siphon, he wasted their time, allowing for Yamzo to do more than just heal off for that victory.
Rise fully understood the assignment. Sometimes you just gotta let your duo have a little bit of the glory.
Yep, with 3 of our top 5 teams going down before placement points set in that last game, the leaderboard is up for taking. And now we have Zeke and our friends to break it all down.
Thank you so much, of course, Jacob and the best Taco. We have 2 special friends joining us here. It is none other than SBG and, of course, everyone's favorite Vivid lookalike, Mini Miner.
I'm his brother, actually. According to the Twitch chat, I am Vivid's brother. So that's the news to me.
I see it.
Yep. Don't encourage this behavior. Yamzo and Rise, I mean, come on. Activating even the party time, saving that for those final moments. He had that in the bag.
Yeah, they've kind of turned into that Queasy Vino. You expect them to win games once we get into finals. Trashy and Pump, they've been the one that have won 5 straight qualifying games, or 5 straight games in a qualifier. Yamzo Rise are going to be pretty close to that too.
Yeah, they are. And I've been impressed with them recently, especially last season as well, just performing so consistently well. This season hasn't quite been the same for them, but I really like the way they won that game. Of course, taking high ground at the perfect moment. They saw that Kanata was only connected out by wood, got chopped out there as well. And I just know that Yamzo was making that call because he is a loud player. He's like, we are on height, we're going for it. Rise, I don't care what you say, we're going for it.
Yeah, absolutely executed well. Once again, as we kind of look back here, once again, going for the heal off, and I love that our casters talked about this. Just once again, identifying one of us is going to go for that heal off. We have all of the tools in our tool belt. The other one will try and find those eliminations and just look to play spoiler for everyone else. And for them, look at this. A Victory Royale to the name 179 points. And I want to see how this affects the standings, right? Because we know this is a high-profile duo. And now they're saying, hey, we're here to play.
Yeah, and they've been playing pretty well. I believe they were in 6 going into this game, so I expect them to be even higher after a Victory Royale. I mean, when you win games, you shoot up the leaderboard.
Yeah, you do, and especially when you're on high ground like that as well. We saw, of course, Yamzo healing off there, even sending Rise down to the bottom, as Jacob mentioned right there at the end. You'd expect the roles to be reversed there, but I think it just shows the trust that either of them have. You know, Yamzo trusts that Rise can have the potential to thin out the rest of the lobby down low, but of course, Yamzo has that potential just to know what he's doing up on the top and heal off well.
And that might come down to what damage they took previously. So maybe Rise was the one that took a bunch of damage in Storm before, and he's like, dude, I can't play as long in Storm as you. That's why they switched it up.
It's a really great point, yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our standings. Pamsu, Fatch, jumping up 7 placement spots. Oh my gosh, but right below, Yamzo and Rise are doing the same. Pamsu and Fatch, I feel like they're a duo operating just under the radar right now. We see them for these glimpses, but it's apparently enough to put them on the top of the leaderboard.
They're one of the most consistent teams we will see in this region. Always able to play calm, cool, and collected, and the synergy's there. These two have been playing together for over a year now, and I mean, I can't compliment them enough.
I think they're NA's favorite duo. They might just be because, I mean, definitely they are. So they're the most wholesome duo as well. I love seeing them play because they know that they know each other so well. They have that chemistry built up. Of course, we know Fatch has a few issues, maybe some injuries present, but they're not letting any of that stop them. They're making sure they take on the meta. They're learning it well. And as you mentioned, SPG, they're playing off each other so well. And we're seeing that in the end game. And that's really what sets the teams apart from those that maybe have just been practicing scrims or in maybe a new duo. It's that synergy. It's that chemistry that you have, that trust in your teammate. They have it, and it's second to none.
Absolutely. I do want to kind of ask you guys a question. You guys have been in the back. You've been watching those initial first 3 games. We've talked about a couple things coming into today. EU versus NA. You know, data. Why is this heal off going one way in EU and another in NA? How are you guys feeling about the competition so far, as you know, within these first 3 games?
So I think it's pretty much what we expected coming into today, but I want you guys to take a look over here. This is actually going into game number 4. These are the average builds placed before end game starts. And we could see Pars and Baka, they were leading up until this game. So it's no surprise they have the most materials. And then surprisingly, Reet and Epic Whale, they've been doing really well, but don't have a ton of materials. That's because they've been fragging out on the low ground. In endgame, don't necessarily need to bring as much.
Yeah, you say surprising, but it's almost unsurprising that they don't have that many builds, of course, because they have just been fragging out. They've been going for those eliminations in the late game. They've been W-keying the rest of the lobby, as we saw them do on West. They're bringing the heat in NA Central as well, or NA as a combined. So I'm excited to see if they can continue that throughout the rest of the day as well, because it's working so far. And they're, of course, on the top of the leaderboard, up on the top 5 of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and now let's take a look at some damage, right?
Yeah, of course.
It's not just about the builds.
Damage taken. So remember, we talked about this at the beginning of the show and how this kind of differences looks on EU and NA. For Aviv and Skittles, they've just decided, let's just take upwards of 700 damage, which again, remember, they also have to live in a lobby. So these guys had that formula right down. They're ready to get in people's boxes.
Yeah, they're absolute tanks, clearly, because they just know exactly how to take damage. Of course, it's not ideal. You want to take as little damage as possible, but I mean, SPG were talking about it in the back as well. We were saying these guys have not only been fighting over a vault, they've also been fighting over that Rift Island for those pulse rifles. Yeah. Especially in game 2, they actually had it on high ground as well. So to get those, you have to expend a lot of heals. You have to expend a lot of that time, of course, to take that damage. And I think that's where they've been sort of struggling a little bit with the damage, but it's not a problem for them so far because they're just keeping on rolling.
And it's cool to see on the opposite side, we have, again, Pars and Baka, and we've seen quite a few just absolute dead side rotates going all the way out there in the storm to avoid taking any damage. And that's why they've been so successful at avoiding that up until 9th zone. And then, you know, once you get in 9, it doesn't really matter. You could just continue to play and take over.
I'm just impressed. 400 damage. It's basically 100 damage now per game, give or take. I'm not good at math, so just excuse me on that. But my gosh, absolutely wild. Now, there's a couple things we want to talk about, but Game 5 is ready. So we'll save all that for after this. Let's just jump back into the action. Jacob PR, the best taco. Over to you.
Who would have thought? We're having the time of our lives up here. 4 games down, still 2 games left to go. And with that first place spot still up for grabs.
Especially when you factor in that we are seeing some of these top teams in the top 5, 3 of them having been eliminated. It's going to shake up the placements. And if that happens again, Jacob, I can imagine that it's a perfect storm for some of these other duos to work their way into that top 5 instead.
Yeah. For some of those teams that didn't make it this far last week, these last 2 games and where you position yourself on the leaderboard grants you series points, which add up after 3 weeks and determines, do you go straight to the FNCS Major 2 Grand Finals? Do you have to fight through Surge Week? Or do you watch it all on the sidelines because you didn't make it that far? Time will tell as we get into our last 2 games.
As for Mu, though, a little bit of a hiccup here in the south end of Slappy. Already 8, a couple of shots, but will manage to find a slight healing notion off of that slap juice, and Sasat barrels that are helping out the most here for Mu. But the charge in against Swexy, that is a lost cause battle as Swexy makes quick work of Mu. Now looking to take out Controller as well. These 2 eliminations could settle the dust here at Southside Slappy Shores.
Nice unorthodox angle there from Controller, trying to peek through the window. A lot of action early on in this game. A spare bow taking down Day in the elimination feed as way. Saw Shadow get contested over towards that lonely gas station outside of Kenjutsu Crossing. Swexy and Meezy are just taking their time. They don't want to put it all into one moment. Controller's one a good fighter, and he's proven to be so as he gets the first knock onto Omeezy. Siphon mats, refresh, a third party coming in, and that's Miro and Cooper saving the day inadvertently, giving Controller a couple more seconds to work with. They're on the hunt for one more.
But it doesn't seem as though they're trying to be Controller saviors outright. They might have bought him a moment, Jacob, but they want this extra elimination. Miro continuing to chase down Controller, continuing to try and force him to go right back to that battle bus. Miro continuing to close in. Cooper right next to him. It feels like it's only a matter of time, but Miro, he's gonna take a second just to pop a big pot. No, instead, continuing the push now. Controller really doing the most, though. He is at least forcing these other teams to respect his name a little bit.
Wasting so much time. But is he going to be able to get out alive? Did he get the reboot card for his teammate? Get a second chance at life if he's able to survive the onslaught that is Miro and Cooper. He found himself at least a little bit of a nook and cranny. There's only 2 spots down below and above that you can even spot somebody out where he's positioned. And Miro and Cooper, they have a decision to make here. Do I keep spending all this time looking for him, or do I go back to farming up, trying to get mats and playing the rest of our game?
Well, for Miro and Cooper, can't say I'm too surprised to see them finally looking to get into the action right off rip, but it's Miro and Cooper, I think, that could potentially end up getting bamboozled later on, because keep in mind, Controller, he might have been sitting there silently, but he could create an opening for himself. It's all too easy to find a knock when you're least expecting it.
Anything is definitely possible. Just gonna have to worry about Surge later on, and I knew I saw Paper's name in the feed. He got knocked first. DeQuinted's doing a good job of just hiding, biding his time. Shadow under pressure, and you know what happens when you're in 2v1 with no exit strategy. You make it look easy and just taking over the POI, or I should say the split drop. It's not exactly a POI. It's a little gas station outside of Kenjutsu Crossing, and they claimed it as their own now.
But these Havoc pumps, I mean, they have been such a crucial weapon throughout the entirety of this season. And for the exact reasons that we've been witnessing, a single shot is really all it takes sometimes. But now, here for Larson, wants to find a way to get his duo back up and running, and it's Turtle Tavern actually looking to close in. Won't give Larson a chance. ODM here are going to be destroying the builds in the process, as now Turtle Tavern managed to find the close in on the elimination, but he needs health. He needs shields. Gonna have to pop a couple of minis. Meanwhile, Larson forced to expend a shield cake of his own. Either way, whoever walks away from this one, still gonna have to worry about rebooting their partner.
Yeah, and we've seen teams already travel to Naughty Nets as a third party. So the longer you take, the more that becomes a possibility. Tavern able to get the med kit off, 150 effective shield and HP, great piece control, and great maneuvering in and out of these covers to not only dish out some damage, but dodge Larson's shots left, right, and center. Pops up, trading shots, and there goes Turtle Tavern. That's going to be their first overall victory against Larson and Smart over towards Naughty Nets, and this is going to be a great start to their game, because even though with only 4 points they might not be able to get first place, we talk about those series points. They want to gather as many of those as possible.
I just love this instance, though, from Turtle Tavern. Despite the fact that he didn't have a whole lot of time, he just chose to close in at the perfect moment with that ODM gear, and that's the chaos of the ODM gear kind of ensue. He just barraged into the least expecting moments there. It's a good cleanup, but now for Edgy, he's trying to not get cleaned up in the process. Looking to Kinetic Blade away. Doesn't seem as though he's got Duke with him.
Nah, Duke is down and out. That's why Edgy's trying so hard. He's not only fighting for himself, he's fighting for his teammate as well. Bully flies above and over, trying to close down the options that Edgy has to work with. And you can see the ODM gear from Lizux trying to break through, cause the destruction, take away any hiding spots he might be working with. And instead of just getting greedy here, going back in with the ODM, they know Edgy has no escape plan unless he's going to fight for it. They're just going to go ahead and continue on with the chase. This is a slow but surely elimination that they have around the corner. And with Edgy not really having any options to fight back, he does the best that he can, but it's just not enough to take down this inter-region duo.
You can almost see the exact moment that Edgy just realized it's basically wraps, at least as far as Game 5 is concerned. Respectable hustle, but he's gonna have to wait for Game 6 instead. And again, being one of the duos that really needs those placement points more than anything to try and earn those series points, given having missed out on Week 1. A little bit of a tough situation there.
Oof, one tough situation to the next. I like, they're just leaving Mason down there to try to stall out for the siphon. That way they can trade shots just like you're seeing here, and then they don't have to expend as many heals as they typically would in that situation in order to kind of recoup. Yeah. But where was Scoped? That's going to be my big question mark. At least he's going to have a chance to try to get Mason back in the game. Polarized and NPen again, game after game. You can see what they did in that last one. This time around is before the vault is even grabbed, but they at least know where the key is at. They know Nexi and Redux have it right below them. They don't want to let that vault go over too easy, because then that gives them that Havoc pump, one-shot potential. Over towards North as well, you see Epicwell and Reed trying to close in on the distance. A lot of damage being done from NPen, but not enough to really follow up on if you're Nexi and Redux. They both go down, but there's still 3 teams outside of them that are hovering over Mega City.
NPen and Polarized just making quick work to regain control of that vault card. Controller did manage to reboot Moon, by the way.
Ooh.
But now he needs to be revived himself as Pump. A little bit of revenge here for his duo. It's all up to Moon now to see whether or not he can close this one out. Pump gonna take the elimination in full, wants to make sure that he gets as much of a refresh as possible. But this is giving Moo an opportunity to pop a couple of big pots. Pump looking as though he wants to try and challenge, but the full shield regen has already taken place. Moo, now with a slight advantage here, will pick up the kinetic blade as well. And despite being on the opposite end of this wall from Pump, it's the cone that Pump's gonna find good coverage from. Slight connection as well. But they gotta be careful here, because another team might take note of this fight that's going down.
I think Pump smelled that one. He just smelled it from a mile away, just sniffing the air. That's a scent I don't recognize as he quickly disengaged. As we're gonna go ahead and introduce a new mid-game analyst to the mix. A guy that has an eye in the sky above everybody else. Welcome, Levin. What do you got for us?
Thank you very much, Jacob. Look, it has been a tough season for Iomzo and Rise. With the switch to central servers, these guys lost the ping advantage they once had, and if you know anything about Iomzo, this guy likes to be aggressive. They haven't quite been able to play that kind of style this season, and it's been rough. The first 2 games for them today, average games by their standards. The last 2 games, though, they've made some adjustments in the mid-game. They're switching up their strategy a bit. They're not getting a bunch of eliminations like they once did, but they're now popping off second place and a first place in the last game. Really good stuff.
Thank you so much, Levin. Information that is vital to being able to break it down. And you see the struggles again from Iomzo, just under pressure. And it kind of just goes to show that Levin, he knows his stuff. I might miss him on over here towards the casting stage, but I think you and Levin, that's a good swap. We got some chemistry rolling as well.
I have to think so. But as far as Iomzo and Rise are concerned, you can see they want to be aggressive. Iomzo, though, maybe biting off a little bit more than he could chew with that last exchange, but when you've got 4 legendary slurp juices, I guess you can afford to be a little bit more open to being on the receiving end of that damage input. Pars, though, a little bit of spray into the bush, does connect with a couple of shots there on the Botify, but now it's Silver that Pars is keeping an eye out for, and Silver doesn't seem to fully recognize the fact that those shots are coming from right in front of them. Is now Baka and Pars opting to just keep moving, swapping out the ODM gear immediately for the kinetic blade. And it's still early on. ODM gear can definitely be nice to have, but this is a much better find here for Pars and Baka.
They started kind of collecting the cash, trying to scare those other teams off. You can kind of see what just happened as we return to this location. Probably another team, because everybody really shares a cache between 2 different teams. So they scared one team off, they pushed them out, went back for the loot as soon as it was done capturing. This controller's back up yet again. Controller and Moo, well, I was gonna say they won't go down, but Miro and Cooper said, I found you again. Can only go so far.
3rd time's the charm. Maybe you have to hope at least. Controller and Moo, they have really been going through it. And it's impressive to think that Controller has still managed to find 2 eliminations, given the fact that he spent most of this lobby without a duo, it seems. But now with Miro, Cooper, NPen, Polarized, Sparebow and Beverly as well, already on top of Rift Island. This is not going to be an easy one to work through. And Sparebow, ample amount of splashes as well.
Why every time I look at some good loot or an opportunity at it, is MPen and Polarized ready to challenge it. From the vault towards Mega City, to the Rift Island in the sky, they're ready for a challenge around every turn. Same could be said about Sparebow. He took down Miro, he took down Cooper last game, all by his lonesome. Maybe a little help from Beverly. But this is where it's going to get interesting because the zone is now going to cover over this Rift Island. The zone capture point is going to be contested, which means it's going to be a little bit of a stalemate. Who has the patience? Who has the persistence to hold on to this spot? And as I say, it instantly answered. Sparebow and Beverly don't like their position, and they try to disengage. But man, was that a couple of shots landed onto Sparebow. 3 HP.
Yeah, but all of those splashes as well. Sparebow going to be forced to resort to being practically extorted out of his sustain. Beverly as well. Seems as though he had an ample amount of shots to boot. That duo maybe second guessing whether or not that was the right time to leave Rift Island, because you have to imagine players can tell who's going up and who's coming right back down. I understand the vision in terms of wanting to find that ideal positioning, because rotations really are everything when it comes to these later zones. But the price that they pay at times really makes you want to reconsider.
See the outskirts of the zone here. In a couple seconds, we're going to see where we are going to pull and even more south. And this one is treacherous because there's so much water covering this position. And a lot of the land that is left there has different elevations that these players are going to have to overcome. And then you take note of a lot of the trend from 5th zone into 6th. There's going to be a little bit of a north pull eventually here in some of these zones. So you better have your plan laid out for you. Gathering that information, being proactive from one step to the next is going to be important for a lot of these teams.
Kanata and Azers, though, they want to get aggressive here up against Rokane and Vert. Some nice return fire, though, from Vert and Rokane. Going to put a halt in Azers' tracks. It's going to be forced to utilize one of the slurp uses as well. And now it's just open exchange of fire from both of these teams. Builds, mats, all having to be used up in the process. And at the end of the day, I think that's what a lot of these duos are really after, because they know there is a lot of time to rotate around. There is a lot of time to look for surge tank damage. That also means there's even more time to force other teams out of their materials.
A lot of opportunity here for players to still find their footing, especially for a team like Pamstu and Fatch. 182 points, leading the charge here in the lobby. And you see they do it through different styles of gameplay overall, getting aggressive when they have to, playing passive when they need to, mastering multiple different win scenarios to get to where they are. And I would typically say the same about Bugha and Threats, especially the way they performed last week, but sometimes from one week to the next, especially with some changes, it's hard to say as consistent, even if you are one of the best. But the 2 games left to go and a whole 3rd week of FNCS to go, they can still punch their ticket directly into the finals.
But with the way that the zone is pulling, Bugha and Threats, it's practically still in their backyard over at Steamy Spring. So Bugha choosing to actually hold on to his heels for the time being, probably recognizing the fact, hey, I've looted this entire vicinity. He's probably got a good idea of where he might have left some minis behind, some chug splashes as well. We even saw him cross a little hut that had some chug splashes in it, so bound to be able to regen one way or another. But as far as Baka and Pars are concerned, they might find themselves in a little bit of a 2v2 scenario there with Okius and Bucky. It all depends on how they actually choose to rotate out of this south side area of Mega City.
I told you it was going to be a north pool. I told you, you got to be ready. You got to have some sort of backup plan underneath your sleeve in case it keeps pulling into these different directions that you might not least suspect. for a good portion of the lobby. This zone change isn't going to be too difficult to overcome. Going to have more difficulty trying to find the surge tags when a lot of these players are already boxed up. You can see the majority of the lobbies are already in. Not much distance to cover. A good portion of the teams on the island and on that shore front over towards Mega City don't have too much distance to cover. So it's going to be a little bit of a slow zone for a lot of these teams to be able to find the damage that they're looking for. For the ones that are above, it's important that you stay ahead of that curve.
Aegis and Kanata, certainly a team that's all too familiar with trying to maintain the high ground. Roki and Vert, meanwhile, gliding in, but it's not effortless. Instead, Vert instantly going to lose the entirety of his shield just about. And that's going to be his last slurp juice, forcefully expended. Still has 5 minis to work with, but the later it goes, the more relevant heals become. And for Vert and Rokane, at this point, it's looking like they might need a refresh more than anything.
Taco. Moo got rebooted and taken down again. We got Controller fighting for his life. This time it's against Enpen. And he comes out on top, gets some heals for his efforts, but he is so far out of zone, taking damage to Storm Surge. He is going to need a miracle to stay alive, and he doesn't get gifted that one. But I need to know if anybody is any sort of analyst out there, some sort of analytics. Was that the most reboots we've seen in a single game?
I think they're trying to set a record. They might have in this process. A valiant effort from Moo and Controller. One thing's for sure, that duo has a firm belief in no partner left behind.
Controller deserves all the effort for that one. Yam Zone Rise rotating around Vert, trying to find some safety. 146 points, 700 above the damage threshold. Placement points haven't set in though, so this is not the time for somebody in his position to go down, especially with only this game and one more to play out. So if anybody's looking for that first place spot, this is not the time to have any hiccups or speed bumps in your journey.
But for all that damage that Vert and Rokane spent acquiring, for Vert to now be forced to play this one out in a solo position, still hanging 700 above, you almost have to wonder what prevented them from finding better positioning earlier on when their damage threshold was clearly already taken care of. Meanwhile, Lanjok, Zukis, only 4 above for the time being. Make that 2. And it's Deshawn who appears to have drawn Lanjok's attention. But finally a connected shot here, right in the nick of time. Lanjok barely going to make it above that damage threshold. Still needing to get a couple more tags going through.
I like the thought. One of the teams with the highest elevation at this point in time. They're just waiting, biding their time. They know there's not too much distance to cover before they're in zone yet again. And they knew eventually somebody would try to make a claim for some sort of height. And that's what they used, taking a couple shots onto Kanata. But still having to worry about that Storm Surge and how they're going to be able to deal with it, where they're going to be able to find the shots. While some are waiting for that opportunity, others, like Bucky and Okus, are trying to create that opportunity. If they steal away whatever loot that they can find, even if it's just 3 minis here, they know they're 239 above their damage thresholds. They don't need to forcefully make any moves.
At least not just yet. But that could change at a moment's notice, especially without proactive. NA tends to get with aggressing into each other. But Kanata doesn't need to worry about that damage threshold anytime soon. 849 above. And again, continuing to scout the direct area around them. A slight layer above, but it's Okus and Bucky who get caught out in this ultra low ground. Okus, in fact, barely managing to hold on for dear life, trying to do whatever he can to buy a little bit more time. Splashes now going to be used in the process here, but Okus, the walls are closing in around him. The duos are starting to sandwich him. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah, he got out of the claws of one team, but walked in to the aim of another. Now Zyro's having some cheeky shots over into the distance. That was Muzz and Degen who started this lobby focus. pressuring Okus, making him spend a lot of resources, mats, heals, to try to get out of this position. And even then, he still has some ground to cover. Not much, but at least it's something. Cam and Jamper, much more distance to overcome as they're continuously trying to find anybody that gets left behind the zone. 375 above. Not necessarily looking for damage when it comes to Storm Surge, looking for anybody that's staggering themselves too far to the backside of zone.
But it's Cooper and Miro. They're so busy having to throw up builds in front of them that just keep getting shredded away at. They don't have time to actually protect themselves from the duos closing in on their backside. Pars, meanwhile, immediately eliminated the moment that he tries to challenge to a slightly higher layer. Fatch and Pamsound now doing what they can to remain safe for the time being. But he jumps on Rise. They need damage because it's getting close.
Yeah, they don't feel comfortable. No sense of it at all, but I thought I saw Kanata go down in the feed. They're still able to put on a good amount of points on the board, so even though he does get dropped, Ager's left by himself. Very, very capable of coming up big. You saw last season how confident Kanata was in his teammate, and typically it's Kanata who's forced to make big plays and clutch up a lot of these points as a solo, but 10th zone moving into 12. Slurp Juice popping a little early, some would say, when it comes to Aegis, but when you're in a solo, you need to be able to make it as far as you can, especially with 19 teams still alive. There are so many points still left on the board.
Threat just completely catching a duo off guard. And that's the treacherous part, too, about maneuvering through a lot of these builds, Jacob. You never know when a wall might be opening. Cam, too much of an opening. Left behind, gets knocked. Now Jamper forced to try and bear the weight alone. But Pamsound, Fatch, they're still making it happen. They're still managing to build through.
Nobody convincingly has height just yet. But as I say that, DGen goes for it along with Muzz. They protect themselves because they almost got taken down. Shot down by Bugha and Threats, and you can see them getting separated. Bugha's just trying to go to the front side of the zone, lead the charge. Jamper's doing what he can as a solo, even forces flashes earlier out than he would hope.
Over the water, though. This moving zone takes everyone hostage here. These players are going to have to continue building out.
A lot of those resources, typically you see a lot of players having in towards the end game. They're right out the window as you finally get into a top 10 situation. Zone hasn't even closed just yet, so you gotta pay attention to the timing if you are gonna start your heal off. But for the players, for Jamper, he's not gonna have that potential, so he's just trying to gatekeep and bust anybody's games on out. DGen and Muzz almost get chopped down, but Jamper doesn't have enough charges left on the Cadet's Blade to make that one come through.
That's not gonna stop him, though, from trying yet again. Meanwhile, Rise, stuck in the water, stuck trying to build up, but he runs into another duo. Gets a great connection, and it's gonna be Fatch who gets knocked because of it. Pamsound now forced to play this one alone, but Azer's finally getting cleaned up in the process. He did what he could to make it just a little bit further with the placements, but Bugha and Threats, they started off in Steamy Springs, and they're making it all the way through still in Mega City.
So where the heal off is gonna begin. Threats, he's gonna be the one to try to stop everybody all around, but he gets taken down early. Nothing for his efforts into the top 3. Zanetto trying to do the same thing, trying to just protect the Quinton the best that he can, and he's doing a magnificent job. And now he's up against Bugha, 1v1, trying to stop the heal off, doing such a magnificent job, but he goes down. That's the World Cup champion, Bugha, trying to rise to the occasion, but he runs out of heals. He runs out of opportunity, has to find the Quinton, but from one to the next, heals are running out. His Slurp Juice is all he has left, and he doesn't! Bugha takes the game by force!
He's not the world champ for nothing here, Jacob. That is a play and a half. Bugha had one chance to make it happen, and he took it by force.
They were better off just running away. Running straight away from Bugha. And you can see the teamwork coming through from Reds and Bugha. This is how they were finding those eliminations. This is how they were finding those refreshes. But what a big play, because those were the mats. Those were the mats right there that saved Bugha, gave him time, and allowed him to clutch up tenfold.
The fact that he also managed to get that legendary Slurp Juice off in the nick of time, just not enough force there from DeQuinted at the very end. And again, it's just, you almost feel like Threats might have been the ultimate bait and switch there, because you see him drop into the water, you're just like, Threats, oh, okay, hold on a second. But then you realize that Bugha was planning it all along because he wanted that.
I think that play right there might have been the play of FNCS so far. Even though it's only been 2 weeks, I think that one is the one we're going to be watching from time after time. But we're going to go ahead and throw it over to Zeke, Miniminer, and SBG to break down the leaderboard after 5 games.
I'm thankful you guys could not see me lose my mind after what I just watched. 11-2K called this at the start of the day. He said, Bugha and Threats, they're that duo that the day might start kind of like, iffy, but then suddenly there's a switch. They come online. This was that moment.
They have awoken. Finally, they've done well so far today. Not amazingly, but this is the game where they have awoken. And Bugha, we have to give huge credit to Bugha here because I think what's most important about the way he played this was his patience, especially on this last elimination. So many people would have opened big. So many people would have opened such a big edit here, but he knows this is the World Cup champion, if you don't know already, but this is where he knows. He just knows not to make a big edit, not to exaggerate his peak there, and he did it absolutely perfectly, SBG.
Yeah, you see these up-and-coming players sometimes make some plays. Bugha, fundamentally sound, you know, has done 1 or 2 things in his career, maybe a bunch of FNCSs in a World Cup. Either way, the fundamentals, like you mentioned, so important there, not giving the opponent any kind of angles, and we're seeing them shoot up those leaderboards.
6th place now, up 11 placements. This is why we talk about this from time to time. You just need one good game. You're never truly out until the games are all concluding. There's not much you can do after that. But if you have a game, you can make changes like this to the standings. A single interaction for Bugha there. Absolutely insane. But now as we start to kind of like go up those standings, we see the top 2 haven't really moved. Pamstu and Fatch, these guys are a dynamic duo. And I don't know what they're doing, man, but they are just saying everybody else, top first, that's ours today.
Yeah, and we saw the stats. 7 out of the 10 games won so far have been by a team that has stuck together or played together before. Bugha, Threats, they're changing that, so now it's 7 out of 11. Nonetheless, it works to stick together. Pamstu, Fatch, you mentioned having one good game. They're saying, no, we're going to have all these good games. And we see it once again, gliding through this end game, perfection, and just doing everything they can to secure as much points as possible.
They're just so good at it, aren't they? Shooting the same play when they make an edit, being shoulder to shoulder, making the same peaks as well. They are, as you mentioned, perfection, almost personified in this duo because they just know how each other play. They're bouncing off each other so well, and rightfully so in the top spot by a decent margin too.
Absolutely, man. And look right no further than the Yums and Rise to be the duo right on their heels, right? Also another duo to break into that 200 threshold. These guys are also really trying to prove to us why sticking together is important. We've seen these guys for, I feel like, years now paired up, but now they're really saying, hey, look, we are a dominant duo.
Yeah, and they've been dominating the low ground in previous seasons as well. This time, unfortunately, it couldn't quite work out from, as you can see, there's
That's a little
down
too
on
low.
low ground. Yeah, a little bit too low. The water was definitely a factor. And of course, Rise here had no materials. I noticed this when watching the little POV. We saw the drone and we could see Rise just on the low ground, fragging out as much as he could. No builds to his name, almost no HP. And these eliminations here, these clutches 3 in a row or 2 in a row were absolutely beautiful. And that's exactly what saved the game right there for him.
Well, and I think this play personifies what makes great players great is the opportunity to just get a few more points. Just grab a few extra points. And in tournaments, we see that's a reason why they're up there on the leaderboard contending for that first place spot, making the difference every single game. Just getting a couple extra points is huge when it comes to 6 games.
And just to highlight here, I wanted to call out specifically Jamper, right? We saw in that last game, he did a little tech thing that I just thought was like so next level, utilizing the kinetic blade to dash up and actually damage the builds of the players on height, saying, okay, hold on, you're gonna build, you're gonna expend all these materials. Here's a single kinetic blade charge. Now come back down, burn more materials, come down and play at our level. I thought that was so sick.
He did it for you. He did it for you, Zeke, because in week number 1, Zeke was like, why aren't they shooting them out? Why aren't all these players looking up at high ground, particularly when they're in wood? They're not looking up, but Zeke, you know, he did it for you. He kinetic played up. Maybe
like,
we'll call
"All
it the Zeke strap. We'll try and pattern that. The Zeke strap.
Yes, it is now the Zeke strap.
There you go.
Absolutely not. Let's talk about Aegis and Kanata jumping up 5 placements as well. We talked to Kanata at the start of the day. Remember, this is a duo that didn't make it in week number 1, so they have to show up huge. And right now, being in top 4, going into the final game, I'm expecting a lot from this duo.
Hey, they're due for a win. Normally, Kanata likes to win the first match of the day, but now he's going to go for the last match of the day. And we saw them starting to posture for that here in this game, looking to play that high ground. Doesn't wind up working. You know, there's a couple other teams. DGen might be one of them that looks to take height as well in this lobby. Nonetheless, still playing super consistent. What we want to see from them is that top 3 to secure all those series points.
Well, they've been trying as well because we've seen them on high ground in 2, maybe 3 out of the 5 games so far. They really have been giving it their best shot, but unfortunately, they've just been contested by teams early on. It hasn't quite worked out for them so far, but going into this last game, when you need a win, when you need a good performance, it's really where it's all going to happen.
Right here, right now, one last game in North America for these duos. They have to put it all on the line because remember, we're trying to make it to grand finals and ultimately global championships. Here we go, though. One last ride. Buckle up, Fortnite fam. It's game time.
Five insane matches so far already here today, Jacob. And if game number 5 didn't just set the precedent of what we can maybe expect to happen here leading into the final match of the day, I don't know what will.
Yeah, and there's so much still on the line going into this last and final game because we talked about the format leading into this. With the battle bus ready, so are our competitors for the last go around. And depending on where you're at on the leaderboard, the series point leaderboard I speak of, after these next 2 weeks is going to decide, do I need a top 25 placement in the final week? Do I need a top 3? It's going to put some of these teams really on notice of how they've been performing through those last 2 weeks.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the top 3 because right now, that top 3 in the leaderboard, probably not feeling the most safe, the most comfortable, especially when you think about the fact that a team like Bugha and Threats, they jumped 11 places. And it all starts right here, right now, as Spotify and Grimes already finding their first elimination of the lobby. It's going to be Sin FPS, forced to just wait and see how the dust settles in the final game of the day.
Where Coop is just trying to hide. Controller and Moo go down in the feed. No heroics this time around. They've had enough of your reboot antics. As Coop is just trying to sneak around Coxie and Botify. They know at least one other person's here, but you see what they're doing? Instead of hunting down Coop, they're not wasting any time. They're just looting up, they're farming up, trying to get resources, trying to get mats. Because they know they can always return back. Coop's gonna have to go back for the reboot card if he wants to get his teammate back in.
Coop would have to be a madman to try and challenge right away, and they're fully aware of it. Turtle Tavern, on the other hand, he's stuck inside of a bush. Actually, no. Scratch that. He's about to be fully eliminated, and Smite continues to try and chase him down. Not willing to overpeak it just yet. Will wait for backup from his duo first, because he knows Turtle low enough from that TAC SMG spray, but 5 ammo might be the primary reason why we see Smite choosing to fall back on that one. Bucky and Okus, though, more than happy to collect an elimination for themselves. And it seems as though the usual suspects are definitely the ones popping things off first.
Yeah, being able to grab as much as you can. And you can see Krim did have some shield, so decent amount of damage when it comes to Storm Surge, especially when in this early game. Still gonna have to think about where they're gonna continue to get those tags from, but at least they got something to start to build that confidence. Pars and Baka even starting to get active in this last and final game. They don't let their early games that they've had, even that victory, go to waste on the day.
A little left up there on the scope. Just a friendly, hey, you know, I'm right next to you. Reminder there from Okus. Deshawn and Ajax. Not sure if he's fully aware of the fact that Tulets is lurking right below him. But it does seem as though Deshawn is aware enough and definitely spots out one member on the beach. But we'll wait it out for the time being. It's going to be ODM gear, straight to destroying the build in case somebody was inside of it, which Deshaun has now found out for certain. He can at least rest assured that Tulets is now fully exposed.
Typically, you see it in zero builds, but that bubble shield perfectly thrown from Frost like he's a Fortnite quarterback or something playing for the Lucky Llamas. Allowed Let's to get out. It allowed him to cover that distance safely, even though he didn't necessarily go and find any sort of comfort in the shield bubble. It was just to get from point A to point B without taking any damage. And now leaving no choice from Ajok and Deshaun to disengage. Otherwise, it's going to be a risky play if they continue to move forward.
Definitely doesn't seem super ideal. But a replay of what's taking place here for Baka and Pars. Now, this is a team that has certainly been making themselves known in this lobby. And for Grimes, it's no different. A quick elimination into the feed is now Rexo. Chopping away at builds. Trying to chop into a piece of the action here. Epic Bros. Pax. Not looking the most comfortable, all things considered. But it's Cyrus and Rexo. Rexo finding that knock finally onto Epic Bros. He's gonna actually toss him in the process as Pax forced to try and back up his duo. But it'll be another double elimination instance here. And some really nicely established surge damage.
And from one fight to the next, that's been going on throughout the day. No pun intended, but it's Day and Shore against Fairbow and Beverly. They've been actually going back and forth between these two. Almost like a grudge match here. Bragging rights up for grabs as Day's getting back down. Pushed lower and lower, and a huge shot gonna be tagged onto his knees. Shore has that high ground, and he's trying to attack these covers, get any of these pieces going underneath his control, and he finally drops into the box, and it works out. He's able to take down Sparebow. Beverly's able to fight back, though, bringing it down to a 1v against Dave, who's hot on his heels, and he takes him out. No fear in his eyes. Able to save Shore and bring him back into the game.
Day not gonna let controller players be misrepresented for even a moment. Really nice mobility to ensure that he can clutch up for his teammate there, but now it's up to Paper. Clutch things up with Shadow, trying to take out Pump and Trashy. Arguably one of the more centerpiece duos in these lobbies so far.
And right there was just the prime example of that pump charge shotgun. He's able to get the piece control, even got the edit. Unfortunately enough, didn't get the charge off in time to deal enough damage, which means disengage is gonna come through. Epicwell and Reet once again claim the vault, but they get contested by Polarized and NPen. On the outside of this battle, again, this is a huge switch up from what we've been seeing in the first half of the day from Polarized and NPen, landing towards Kenjutsu Crossing. Now they're just trying to fight with the best and prove that they can contend.
Some really nice damage there, though, from Epic Whale. Gonna put a bit of a halt into that aggressive charge from NPen and Polarized, but no, instead, NPen doesn't seem afraid, but it's just too much to handle. Epic Whale, Reet, not trapped inside of that vault this time. They made sure to escape right away, and now reaping the benefits of their engagement. So much materials, resources, now at their disposal.
Gosh, strategy. A little bit of a mind game. Polarized and NPen doing so well last week, making it to this finals, performing well. They're just playing those mind games with Epicwell and Reet, who failed to make it to the finals last week. So they're trying to make their job and reaching the finals that much harder. You gotta maybe even wonder, Polarized and NPen, do they want Mega City as their own?
Look, I know it's a red eye, but that's still impressive as well, how quickly they were able to connect the shots. Despite the rate of speed of that ODM gear can send someone flying at you. NPen and Polarized, though, I think they definitely have the right idea, because we've seen what Epicwell and Reet can do when they have that vault loop free to exchange with whatever they want. Mira and Cooper, though, they've largely been the kings of sloppy shores today.
You know, with a lot of their top competition not making it this far to this stage of the game, they're really taking advantage of every opportunity. Anybody that's not suspecting around every single turn. Miro doing a good job of taking control of the piece. He's even trying to think outside of the box. A cheeky little angle where it's hard to build over. It's forcing them into another position, another rotation where the pieces aren't going to try to get stolen away. Miro just persistence, taking different angles, bobbing and weaving, in and out. This is just absolute magnificent play coming out from Miro. Not letting his position go known. Somebody clip that one. I would love to watch it later.
That was nasty by Miro. Just constantly up, down, left, right. Almost felt like a cheat access code that he was trying to plug in there. But Miro can't be stopped with Cooper by his side for the time being. And Sloppy Shores still has another duo left standing, but the action's now at Brutal Bastion. Because Zero, Yas, they know they've got some friends lurking by, and they gotta remember it's not personal, it's just business.
This is actually interesting to see. A lot of teams switching up their drops. The ones that were over towards Genjitsu Crossing. Yas and Zyro is going to be one of them, switching it up. They get the Mythic Havoc Pump, which means they probably pushed Aviv and Skittles out of this location. But Chubbs and Bryce are just trying to hold them in towards that vault, not really give them an exit strategy to work with. And if they are going to find their way out, hopefully they have to fight through them, but and they gave up too many layers for Yas and Zyro to climb, so they're going to have that free exit when they want to take it.
That's kind of the thing about these last few lobbies when you think about it, because you start to see a couple of different strategies breaking out, teams recognizing the fact that, hey, I understand there's too much to contest where I was originally at. Let me use a little bit of the element of surprise here, so we can catch them their team off guard. And it's surprising how well it can work, because these teams will get like that false sense of security when they haven't been challenged so immediately.
That's why I look at a lot of these players and see how patient they can be, especially in this last and final game, to where you're not high up on the leaderboard. Sometimes you feel antsy to try to get eliminations, try to make up for lost time, pick up some extra points along the way.
I mean, Bucky and Okus, they're our third place leading team so far. But Rise and Iyamzo, they've certainly been doing everything they can to try and maintain their positioning for that top place in the leaderboard. But I think Vivid might be able to give us a little bit better insight.
The battle is on in game number 6. Only 17 points separate Pamstone Fats and Iyamzo and Rise. So let's make sure that both of these duos are doing well. Rise has that ODM gear. Iyamzo opting for the Katana or the Kinetic Blade as well. Take a look at Fatch and Pamstone. Fatch actually going to be dropping the ODM gear for that Kinetic Blade. And then Pamstone as well. Going to be farming up, has a Kinetic Blade of his own. Of course, claiming that cash as well. So looking close between these top two teams.
Shout outs to Vivid for the quick update of our 2-horse race. Trying to fight for that first place spot and the majority of those series points. And for some, that means they could be a little lackadaisy next week, depending on the overall outlook of that series point leaderboard. They might not even need to even make it to this final round to qualify that far. And that's where you see it. 19 points, Taco. 19 points is the difference between first and second place.
Basically a placement and a half in the last lobby, if you really think about it. But it's not going to come easy, especially when you consider the fact that, as far as eliminations are concerned, Pamstone and Fatch, they're leading the charge here. They've got a 9 elimination difference, sitting at 20 in comparison to Iyamzo and Rise's 11. Last we left off from lobby 5 to now. But again, placements are really where the point disparities are going to take place.
Yeah, and this is one of those teams, honestly, I am shocked. I am surprised, flabbergasted, throw in a couple more words that I want to make up. Kanata and Agers. This is like, goes against everything that they've learned. 5 eliminations, but still a top spot on the leaderboard. Goes to show that they can adapt with everything thrown at them. Meta, zone, anything coming their way, as Bylov trying to do the same thing. Lands a massive shot onto Cyrus, taking him down. Rexo's just kind of left, trying to peek at the right time, even gets a piece in, gets shot after shot to land onto Bylov. ODM gear to try to cause some chaos, but it's not going to be enough. Rexo doing a good job cleaning that one, regardless of what's going on around the outside. That's going to be Knifer. It was just a little too slow to the punch. On the other side, though, Cyrus still just not all the full way cleaned up, so there's still an opportunity for a revive to go through. And I think this is going to be the best opportunity. And you see what Knifer has in mind. I got the reboot, and now I'm just trying to disengage. But now he's going back. It might not have enough time to do both.
And it was the commitment that we saw from Rexo. He wanted to do everything in his power to get his duo back up and running. But instead, Knifer, with the ultimate fake-out challenge here off the ODM gear, will take full advantage of that refresh. But now for Rexo, he's got to send a message. He's got to close this one out. He wants to push in against Knifer. He doesn't want to let his duo's elim be in vain. But instead, it might just be Rexo recognizing the fact that I don't have as much time to work with as I would like. So he is appearing to look for that reboot opportunity. But that's a tough spot to be in.
Just giggling to myself because while all that was going down, they were kind of stalemating each other. Evo came in out of nowhere and said, if y'all not going to use this reboot van, I might as well go ahead and take it for myself, as he tries to bring Salco back. And man, that play last game from Bugha has been wondering what he has in store for us this game. He's already having the rotation impact. You talked about him landing so south on the map. He's quick to rotate towards the north. And now he's trying to replenish some lost mats. He knows how hard that brick is to come by. He's even farming some extra. He's either putting it for himself later on in the game, or he's making sure Threats knows he has the comfortability, the flexibility to go ahead and do what he wants, that there's mats waiting for him when he's done.
Bugha's not the only one with mats on the mine. Edgy was just maxed on everything. I mean, one build expended, still practically fully decked out as far as his materials are concerned. So these challenges for exchanging surge tag damage, definitely the right idea, given the fact that they have so many builds at their disposal. It's quite easy, I think, for Edgy and Duke to remain protected while they look for those damage opportunities. And well, we talk about damage a lot, but going back to an earlier point you were making, Jacob, with Kanata and Agers, and them only having 5 eliminations so far, but still being in top positioning on the leaderboards. I mean, it's almost a prime example of work smarter, not harder.
Yeah, and you're seeing a lot of these teams do exactly that. They're working smart. Instead of rotating full on towards the center of the zone, a trend that I'm kind of figuring out, I don't know how accurate it is, but I think it's been helping me in a lot of the games that I've been playing, is when the zone continues to pull towards the east side, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, even 5 straight zones with the zone continuously pulling that direction. More times than not, that 6th zone would take a counter pull away from where it was going previously, and that's why you see a good portion of the teams already positioned inside of that 6th zone, but not as much ground to cover as a lot of these other teams.
And speaking of ground to cover, it's Jamper and Cam. Seemed like they originally wanted to try and make a play for the Rift Island, but again, as soon as that Rift Island spawns in, you can expect as many teams as possible in the area to just divert all their attention towards it. But Jamper, he sees white in that damage feed, and Cam already in the process of driving forward to see if he can finish off what Jamper had started. That's gonna be Cam, forced to retreat, recognize the fact that there's a couple other duos actually hanging just west of them. And with Muzz nearby, that's not someone that I'd want to play around with.
Especially this being the last game of the day. Gonna make those riskier plays that much more impactful. But on both ends, doesn't work out. It's okay, it's the last game anyway. You got a whole another week of opportunity. Final week of opportunity next week. Then after that, no more. unless you make it to Surge Week, of course. His Evo goes down. Luckily for him, he got Salco back into the game earlier on, so... Well, I might have cursed him because Salco just went down.
It's always the moment you bring attention to it. It's just like,
I'm sorry, guys, forgive me.
My fault, OG. It happens.
Farzabaka, though, 11 splashes, 555 above the damage threshold. Farz is trying to take control of his pieces. Doesn't want any of them going on over to his opponent. He's just scrambling for information here. Has 30 seconds, which is a decent enough time, but he has a far pull when it comes to the zone, so him and Baka are going to have to start to think outside of the box, both figuratively and literally, to figure out how they're going to get there.
A lot of these teams rather parallel with each other, though, as far as layers are concerned. It is still relatively early on, though, so not too surprising to see that no one has a true control over the high ground by any means. It is surprising, though, to not see Kanata and Agers posted up a little bit higher up, though, since they tend to be one of our primary duos looking for that high ground point of view. But we can see the damage threshold already starting to have an impact here for User and Acro. Forced to use Big Pot on top of a Slurp Juice, and well, for User, just one shot is really all it takes to get this team into the safety net, or at least a temporary form of relief. But there is no one that's willing to peek right now.
You just really need to be patient. Don't need to get antsy. That side of the zone is becoming more and more congested, which is a blessing and a curse because they're going to get opportunities to get the tags that they want. But with ODM being their primary source of rotation, it's going to be that much harder to be able to make it through, as Kanata and Agers being the first team to at least fight for some sort of elevation here in the lobby. Not much to really boast home about, but as soon as they do pull zone just like that, that's where they're going to be able to try to build that monument in the sky. But just as they get that opportunity to, it's Vert who challenges them. Box is up right next. He's under pressure, focused on the lobby, and you can see what Kanata peeking through the cone, deciding, is this something worth fighting for or not?
Vert, though, left as a solo. Not too sold on the idea that Kanata and Agers have recognized that it's easy to kind of feign having your duo attached. And for Vert, the main thing he's got to keep in mind here is, well, if you know that there's a duo directly beneath you, maybe try not to draw too much attention, but he is seemingly still willing to see if he can create an opportunity, maybe find a good shot onto either Agers or Kanata. Because if you can knock one of them, then you're just in a 1v1.
Yep. Second place, though, Yamzo and Rise. We tuned in before. His placement points haven't set in just yet, and they haven't picked up elimination. Depending on if Pamsu and Fatch are able to find any success when it comes to fighting. Still 19 points really separating these two teams as Storm Surge turns on and activates again. It's just a warning for now, letting anybody know that if you are below, you better start thinking about what you're going to do and how you're going to be able to gather it. As Agers goes down again from Scoped. Now it's up to Kanata again. Can he get the res? Is he playing it as a solo?
Kanata at least will find immediate revenge there by taking out Scoped himself. And it does appear as though he will successfully bring Agers back into the action here. A nice revive opportunity. Splashes now having been expended. A couple of minis still left as well, but Kanata's gonna have to utilize both of them to get his shields back to 50. Those two splashes likely soon to follow here. Epicwell and Reet, though, slightly below Surge. Again, a beautiful shot connection, though, from Reet, going to ensure that he gets above. And now it's Kanata who's left to worry yet again. Reet, Epic Whale, trying to charge into their box.
Again, they're struggling when it comes to Storm Surge. Even with getting NPen and Polaroids earlier on in the same match, they're one below the damage threshold. A much better spot than they were in games ago, though. But as time passes, they continuously fall below, but Epicwell still finding opportunities to try to sneak some shots in, but just not enough as they're going up and below. Rexo is by himself. Reet wastes no time trying to get in the box. He's trying to do what he can, but under pressure, they got the tactical sidearm as well. Rexo goes down. And a huge moment for Epic Well and Reet when it comes to Storm Surge, as they're now 146 above that threshold.
But look at Baka and Pars, so far above the entirety of the lobby. Meanwhile, at the very bottom, we're seeing one of our contenders for that first place spot, Rise and Iamzo, playing out in that low ground opportunity. It's area that they're familiar with, but this is an uphill battle for them, so to speak. As long as Pam's down faster in it, but Oki's huge shot onto Epic Well, immediately returned though by Reet. And it seems as though Reet, he's not taking any survivors here. Now it's Bucky forced to play his life.
Huge turn and burn opportunity for Reet. Try to find anything that he's working with. Booga and Threats trying to do the same thing. In the unlikely scenario that Pamsu and Fatch and Iamzo and Rise do go down, there's still more than enough points for Booga and Threats to try to take that top spot along with Kanata and Agers. Pars and Baka trying to wish that one to fruition as well, as they're high above the rest, raining down shots from above, pressuring everybody into positions they don't necessarily want to be in, as Agers trying to lead the charge along with him and Kanata, find that spot that they can work with, but Kanata goes down. He gets lost along the way. Very terrible news, but for anybody up for the task, it is going to be Agers.
Pam Sound Fatch, though, they've started to make their climb up, up, and up with the kinetic blade, but Iamzo, Rise, they're still in it as well. But they have so many teams standing between them and finally working their way into those upper layers. Now, Rise, Iamzo, trying to be careful because there are so many leftover builds that these players are having to traverse back through. Iamzo, Pamstown, both of us having to be forcibly spectating to Pamstown, nearly going down in the process. But we'll get off that slip juice in time.
Yeah, as me stressed over watching that one, I can only imagine how he's feeling at this stage in the game. Forced to drop down low, out of mats, out of resources, out of time as well. 1v1 versus Tragedy. Fatch in to save the day. He's doing all he can, but the last of his slurp juices are going to be used. Cannot save Pamcell and get him back into this. And it means so much because it's 19 points, still the difference between Iamzo and Rise, but he finds Booga slipping. One run comes to an end, and first place is open for the taking.
All Iamzo and Rise have to do is make it out into this final moments here. Top 10 nearly secured. Top 10 is secured. Iamzo and Rise, they had their game time pop. Pars and Baka as well, just eliminating one player after the next. Next, he's going to be one of the first to fall. Epic Well now being challenged here by Pars. Gets a decent shot off, but it's the refresh and then it's time. Sure, though, making sure to take him out first.
Fall damage! Fall damage! It goes down to fall damage as the zone closed. A final four and a huge shot by G-Money to take out Reet. Putting everything on the line. Zyro's getting pushed back into a corner. No options, but G-Money runs out of time. 1v1 scenario. Zyro's running out of heals, though. He's trying to backtrack, find anything to work with. Baka's already fresh out, and so is his luck. Zyro takes the game.
Zyro might have taken the game, but Iamzo and Rise just managing to hold on long enough. I'm sure their eyes were peeled in that elimination feed, and the moment they saw Pamstown and Thatch go down, they knew just 1 second longer.
Was it 1 second? It was 19 points late into the game. Did they last long enough? And then I asked myself that same question because I saw somebody else at 221 points. I do believe the Victory Royale alone in that top 2 overall is about like 10 plus points up for grabs. So it's still anyone's for the taking, and it has my mind boggled right now.
Zero has got to be feeling great about finally finding that Victory Royale. And what a time to do it as well. Closing the day with a first place finish.
I'm trying to do the math on one finger, one hand. I'm like, I don't think there's that many points separating these two teams. So I'm going to go ahead and throw it on over to Zeke, Mini Miner, and SBG to make some sense of all this noise.
Thank y'all so much. Of course, Jacob PR, the best talk with your casters for the day. My gosh, this ends on just craziness. We just watched so many Singleton final moments there. One player going down. How does this all affect the standings? We'll find out in just a moment, but I just got to say, these 6 games in NA were some of the best I feel like we've seen.
Yeah, they brought the heat today, didn't they? They really did. As they do, as we've seen. Of course, last week was no different. This week, just the same. And it's hype. It's great to see. And of course, we get to see the winning team right here in game number 6. Zyro playing the heal off really well. Of course, his teammate going down and trying to get as much damage done as possible, which he did excellently well, doing as much as he could, but of course, wasn't quite enough. But of course, the heals lasted long enough.
Yeah, we saw his teammate steal a slice, too, before he went out. And that was just, you know, a little more time to go disrupt everybody healing. You got to share, right? Everybody gets hungry in endgame. Nonetheless, great game by them. You love to see them take that dub, and that's going to be huge for them on the overall series point leaderboard.
That's right. That is what we are here playing for, that series point leaderboard. Remember, at the end of the day, wherever these duos place on those standings, they're going to put points on a separate leaderboard. The top 40 will move on to grand finals. And of course, Surge Week will fill out the rest. But my, oh my, the 6 here in NA did not disappoint. Do we feel like NA adapted to the recent changes that happened this week? I know it's been kind of a talking point we've had all show. Circles, you know, format, all these things. Did they adapt, yes or no?
No, not fully.
I say yes.
Oh, okay. Why no, SPG?
Why no?
So, I don't think everyone really knows how exactly to position themselves in the new 6 and 7 zone yet. I think that's going to take some time for everyone to optimize where they want to be and figure out how those trend to move. Otherwise, you know, everyone's just making it in zone, but why yes?
Why yes, because there's more heal-offs, but yes of this leaderboard as well, because look at this, 3 points. Separating Pamstone Thatch and Eomzone Rise.
I cannot believe that. And we saw this fight, right, come down. Eomzone Rise almost managed to take away that #1 spot. A single difference of 3 points. That's a couple more placement. Even one more elimination would have put them that much closer. But still, Pamstone Thatch, just an amazing showing today.
Oh, you love to see that too. And, you know, typically this team doesn't get a lot of credit for how well they fragged out. But today they had tied for the most eliminations. So 25 up on the board. Not only were they playing superbly in endgame, they're also getting these refreshes, and that's exactly what we expect to see out of this duo.
It's so important as well. It's so easy just to focus on one thing when you're playing these games. You know, can we get those placements? Can we get late on into the game? It's very easy just to almost tunnel vision that and not try and go for those eliminations later on in the game. But these guys are just doing that so well. They're able to focus on 2 things at once. They're the multitasking geniuses, and we can see it working again right here. Of course, second place, the Eomzone Rise. 14 eliminations for them. They did pick up a victory as well, so not as many eliminations compared to the rest of them, which is really interesting.
I know. Pars and Blatcher, right? We just kind of talked about that. Tied for the most elims in a single game. We saw these guys just either on height or fighting for it, looking to cause chaos. I feel like that's the word for the day. Just chaos.
It is. I mean, we kind of started with Pars and Baka all the way up on high ground as well, all the way down. I think it was at Shattered Slabs, and it was almost a little deja vu moment for me here. I was like, hang on a second, am I watching something again? But no, it didn't quite end in the exact same way for this team, but a solid performance nevertheless. We're seeing high ground be valuable, but not imperative to success this season, and I think this is where this team really found that out.
It's a great way to say it, and I do love to see this team have a game plan. Clearly, after watching all these games, they've been looking to take and play height and executing really well. Now, one victory royale, I'm sure they want to get a couple more, but ultimately it came down to, did Baka find more heals after he landed? The answer is no today. Maybe next week, the answer is yes.
I like that they're a duo that we could expect going into grand finals that will play for that height, right? I do like to see at least someone contest that, right? Because it can't be free, and I'm thankful that today NA was like, it ain't gonna be free.
Not free. It can't be free, right? You know, the team on high ground, you have to look up at it now because, as I mentioned, it is important. Of course, those teams on high ground are able to just coast along the rest of the lobby. Everyone else is so far below, and especially with these kinetic blades, you don't necessarily have to worry about fall damage. That's almost negated. So, especially for teams like Eomzone Rise who are playing on the low ground, they can just focus on those low ground eliminations, those low ground plays. And this team so far today, and so far in the event so far, have done really well.
Yeah, shoulder to shoulder pretty much at all times, and I think I'm going to call it a single focus objective is what they're always doing. Is there's not one player trying to be a hero or trying to do something that's not communicated with the other. they're always playing as one player, which, I mean, you play 2v1 in any case, you're going to have more HP, you're going to output more damage, and we see these guys able to do that on a consistent basis. Love to see it from them, and unfortunately going to fall like one placement point too short, but nonetheless, those series points are huge for them.
Yeah, they are, and I think this is a team that we've talked about. The narrative of this team, they haven't necessarily had the best season, but today they proved it. They can perform on this stage, in this meta, in these zones, so I'm excited to see if they can continue that going into week 3.
Absolutely. Well, why don't we ask him himself? Because guess what? Iamzo is here with us right now. What's going on, Iamzo? It's good to see you again.
What's good? How are you guys doing?
Man, we're great. We just watched you guys absolutely just put on a show for us here in NA. How's it feel, man, coming in that second place, having such a strong showing?
It feels all right. At the start of the tournament, our luck wasn't really there, but near the end, we kind of pulled it back, and we only lost by 3 points, which is kind of depressing, but we'll get them next week.
So what'd you do to change things? After that first couple of games you said didn't go your way, what'd you switch up that now helped you have such success? I believe it was going into game 3 is where you really started to kick off.
Yeah, the first 2 games, I was IGLing, and then the last 4 Rise was, so that's what really turned it around.
So what made you make that decision? I mean, of course, IGLing is a difficult role to take on. Were you confident going into these first 2 games, and then you thought, actually, you know what, let's give it to the expert Rise, or what was going on there?
Yeah, we just wanted to try something new, and obviously it didn't work, but yeah.
Okay, so what do you think now that you have week 2 under the belt? You want to come in strong for week number 3. What are you hoping to change for then to maybe claim that top 1 spot?
I mean, to be honest, we're just trying to perfection everything since we're both double 60 ping and our fragging abilities aren't really up to like things. So we have to like make sure we're 5-5-5 always and staying above Surge.
What is your guys' Storm Surge strategy? I feel like a lot of people have maybe a couple things they're doing. How are you guys finding your Surge tags?
To be honest, we just like white line and shoot anyone who's in our range.
I love that. And now you guys have had a couple of solid, successful weeks. Going into week 3, I know you want to be perfect, but is there another team that you're starting to see rise as like a big competitor to you?
I don't think anyone's really a competitor to us. We just have to like fix our mistakes and we'll be good.
I love the confidence, man. That's kind of where you have to be, right, going in the next few weeks. Well, hey, man, for the fans out there who are now saying, I got to follow Iamzo to the end of time, where can they find you?
Iamzo1 on Twitter, and that's really it.
There you go. Well, Iamzo, thank you so much for your time. Congrats on the 2nd place. We hope to see you next week.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well. My gosh. We always love getting that chance. Just clue in, ask them a couple questions, see how they're doing. Iamzo, not much of a talker, but what he does shine in is this gameplay. That's why they sit in that number 2 spot. Now, we have to talk about the series point leaderboard once again. If you're just like, okay, what are you talking about, the second leaderboard? Yes. At the end of the day, wherever these duos place, they will put points on a separate leaderboard, the series point leaderboard. From here, we're looking to take the top 40 straight to grand finals. Now, Iamzo and Rise, after this, they jump up into that first place. That is absolutely insane.
Yeah, they're going to be feeling good. You know, sat in first place.
Not a big
deal. It's not bad, is it? You know, sat there. They will be confident going into that. But we just noticed from that interview, you got to tell that Iamzo, he's one of those players that expects better. He expects better. Second place is not enough. Second is last, in his opinion. And I'm sure they'll be looking back at the VODs today, looking as to how they can improve going into week 3 to not only just get their way into grand finals through just scraping it. They want to absolutely obliterate the competition. And I think that's the sort of duo they are, because we can see it working very well.
Yeah, and he said they switched who was being the IGL. So now they're going to have the opportunity to try things in week 3. They've pretty much all but secured that top 40 for straight to grand finals for this season. And now they can try that again, see how it works. And interestingly enough, it worked for Vino and Queasy, another BloodX coach team. So maybe they saw that success and then decided, okay, let's try it ourselves. Didn't work, but now they get another opportunity next week.
Yeah, at least they tried, right? They did make that effort. And of course, being able to just flip that switch and go, let's just change it back. Suddenly they end up here.
That just makes them such a better team as well. I feel like if they can work on these things, little things that might happen, maybe Iamzo's now IGing, maybe Rise is further back in the top, he's healing up, Iamzo can start to lead because he knows. That just strengthens the team. It really bolsters them. I'm excited to see what they can do.
Absolutely. Now, somebody's gone. You did talk about 40th to 50 on this leaderboard. why don't we take a look together? Remember, 40th is that cutoff. Everyone else down below will be looking to go to Surge Week. Right now, we're looking at 625 points going into week number 3. So if a duo maybe hasn't had an opportunity to play in one of these finals, they really need to bring the heat next week.
I mean, I'm looking at Aegis and Canada right there. Of course, they didn't make it into the finals of week number 1. Canada said it himself. He took opens a little bit too easily, and now, of course, it caught up with him. But they're just outside of that top 40 spot to make their way into grand finals. They're in a prime position here, SPG. I think they can do it going into week 3, as long as they keep their head cool.
Yeah, and my thought goes to Aegis Canada, one of the top teams in this region. Acorn and Cold, another one. I believe first place is 625 points. So they're going to be right above, probably in 40th or right there. So that's a team we have to look out for as well, because job's not done. I'm sure we've all seen the meme. Job is not done. A lot of work to be done next week by all these teams.
Yeah, and even if they find themselves below when they do go into Surge Week, some duos want that. Some duos are thinking, no, I want to go to Surge Week. I just need a Victory Royale. I need to play for the win. It needs to happen one time. Let's go. For others, they're thinking, this is going to be even more difficult.
Yeah. I know I'd rather be.
No,
yeah. I wouldn't want to be in Surge Week. It's tough.
Same. Now, of course, as much as we love talking Fortnite, we got to remind you of when we'll be back. That's it for the show today. But remember, take a look at this broadcast schedule. Week number 3 next week. Surge Week will be that final opportunity to make it to the grand finals. May 13th, May 14th. You do not want to miss that. The first NA combined grand finals? Are you kidding me? Some of the craziest Fortnite we have yet to see. But that is it. We are joined here back on center stage with some of our best friends. We have to say goodbye, but I want to get your guys' closing thoughts on how you thought the day went, maybe some things you're hoping to see for next week.
Booga. That play at the end of the game, Booga. That I don't think with the changes that we've seen so far coming into this major, I don't think we've ever seen a play like that with the changes while trying to maintain heal off. I want to see more of that.
Yeah, Game 5 holds a special place in all of our hearts, I think, for everything that's taken place so far in these 2 weeks. But the action definitely seems like it's wrapping up, and I'm excited to see what Week 3 has in store.
For me, Epic Whale and Re, I think a few people might have had a few questions going into this region combination, and especially that with week number 1 not qualifying into the finals. A few people would have had extra questions, but I was really impressed with this team today. Of course, contested off spawn, so it makes things a little bit difficult to be consistent, but week 3, I'm hoping for more.
Hey, Chef Booga, he was cooking today. Pam and Fatch, though, they were on up and getting ready for a solid performance. They crushed it today.
Man, I would love to keep doing this, but that's it. I know. Don't forget, next weekend, we'll have EU, we'll have NA. It'll be amazing. Don't miss out. If we don't see you till then, have an amazing week. We love you. Keep yourself safe. And as always, we'll see you on that battle bus.
Beep, beep.